All right, Michael, thank you. Wow. Coming up, our second game, of course, Jacksonville at Denver. We'll have a preview for Mile High. We'll look again at this first game, live again with Packers coach Mike Holmgren, and more. Join Boomer Esiason and me after this message and a word from our ABC station. What a start to Wild Card Saturday. Will it be even wilder at Mile High Stadium? Coming up, the Jaguars and Broncos. That's at the top of the hour. Well, the Minnesota Vikings with a huge 20-point second half beat the Giants 23-22. I guess you never mark it down, do you?
No, you never mark it down. And the one thing is also, Chris, is that you can never underestimate the will of a veteran quarterback. Randall Cunningham had a horrible first half, but came back to make big play after big play, especially in the fourth quarter. And then, unfortunately for the Giants, they couldn't recover the onside kick, and something that we'll talk to Coach Holmgren about a little bit later.
Well, for sure. Well, here's what we're talking about. And we looked like early on, Randall Cunningham did not even enjoy being in the elements. He had trouble just making a handoff. He had trouble just getting the exchange. There were 3 turnovers in the first half of the Vikings. The Giants converted them all to field goals, and then a short drive about 50 yards. Cannell to Aaron Pierce. It was 19-3 Giants at the half. It started to turn, though, when Tiki Barber fumbled after the hit by number 94, Tony Williams. The Vikings converted this into a score, run up the middle by Leroy Hurd, but still 19-10 Fruit Gum Company after 3. But Brad Maynard made the great hold, allowing Brad DeLuiso his 5th field goal. The Giants seemed to be in control, 22-13, but Randall Cunningham to Jake Reed made it 22-20, which set the stage. Buck and a half to go, onside kick. Chris Callaway just couldn't come up with it. Chris Walsh made the recovery. The drive down the field to inside the 10. Eddie, eat, drink, and be Murray. And everyone in Minnesota is exactly that. When the field goal came with seconds to go, 23-22, the Vikings beat the Giants, which now means the Vikings know that they are going out west. The Vikings will play next Saturday in San Francisco, the late game. The winner of tomorrow's game at the Big Sombrero between the Lions and Bucks will go to Green Bay next Sunday for the early game, which is a perfect segue to the coach of the defending world champion Green Bay Packers, Mike Holmgren, who joins us again. Mike, I guess you can put away your notes and your Giants tapes for another season. You're looking to go to work for the Giants, but you know Denny Green a long time. Can you put into words what this win, getting off the schneid in the playoffs, especially a comeback like this, would mean to him?
Well, I think it has to be a great feeling for him. I know what a fine coach he is. I know how hard he works. I know how his players feel about him. And it's always nice to get that first one. Shoot, it was nice to get my first one in Minnesota this year after all those years of not winning up there.
So what do you look at tomorrow, Detroit, Tampa Bay? Any keys? I mean, you know these teams so well. You play the winner of that. What's the key there in that game in your eyes, Mike?
Well, I think Tampa will have an advantage because they're playing in Tampa. And when we played there a couple weeks ago, they said it was the biggest game in South Florida in 25 years. And I think this is even going to be bigger. And so that's an advantage. Yet Detroit has so many offensive weapons. And so it'll be, and Barry Sanders, of course. So it's going to be a great football game. Very
quickly, on your team, winning 1 game, winning 2 games, hopefully for you, winning 3 games. What are 2 or 3 keys? Obviously, Gilbert Brown's health, but what are you looking for your team to repeat as champs?
Well, we have to maintain the momentum we've gotten in the last 4 games, I think, down the stretch, Chris. Getting Gilbert back will help our run defense, maintaining our continuity on both sides of the football. And then I'd like really our return game to pick it up a notch. We had a great return effort by Desmond Howard last year in the playoffs. We haven't had that type of return game yet. I'm hoping we kick it into gear now down the stretch.
Well, it is your time of year. Best of luck on trying to defend a crown. It's very difficult. Good luck to you and Happy New Year to everybody up there.
Same to you, Chris. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Mike. Mike Holmgren of the Green Bay Packers watching tomorrow's game with added interest. We will be going out west for a preview for the Broncos and Jags in a moment.
This is Imagine TV.
What's this?
Ivan the Destroyer.
No, I said go get the villager, not pillager.
There's no one to fight here. Maybe he just wanted to drive his Mercury Villager.
I can't believe you said he could come with us.
You tell him now.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
They look the same.
on the outside. But inside, it's a whole different story. Because Duracell batteries outlast Energizer. And test after test proves it. Better make it the alkaline batteries proven to last longer in the devices you use most.
Better make it Duracell.
ABC's NFL Wild Card Saturday, brought to you by Miller Lite, now official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Well, our second game today finds Jacksonville returning to the scene of last year's playoff crime when they won in a Denver stunner 30-27. These are two good teams, Broncos 12-4, Jaguars 11-5. Let's go out now to Al Michaels, Frank Gifford, Dan Deerdorf at Mile High. Guys?
Thank you very much, Chris. The weather here is going to be just fine for football. 44 degrees, as you see, partly cloudy. The wind is gusting to about 30 miles per hour, and that could be a factor because it's supposed to go up much higher a little later on today. But the two quarterbacks we're going to watch today are remarkably similar in many ways. Let's take a look at them. John Elway, 37 years old in his 15th season, and Mark Brunell on the way up, 27 years old. He's played in 3 playoff games. Elway has been in 14, and he has won no Super Bowls. 3 of those were Super Bowls. You know, last year, Al, it was Mark Brunell who came in here and dominated this game.
He really came of age in those 3 games. The week before, he had performed very well in Jacksonville's win over Buffalo. Then the brilliant performance here, and even played well in the AFC Championship game despite the loss to the New England Patriots. He has a great arm, and he can scramble. And earlier this season, in a preseason game, Jesse Armstead of the Giants made contact with Brunell, 2 torn ligaments in his knee. He was gone for 44 days, but by midseason, he was back. That run against Kansas City led to a victory against the Chiefs, and the Jaguar people feel at this point Mark Brunell is playing his best football of the season, and it couldn't come at a more opportune time. Good numbers for the 1997 regular season. The touchdown-interception ratio outstanding with 18 touchdowns, 7 picks, and 91.2 is the top rating in the AFC and 4th in the NFL. So last year, Dan, Mark really came of age, and John Elway, of course, came of age a long, long time ago.
And seems to be getting better with age, Al. John Elway, like his compatriots from that '83 draft, Marino and Kelly, still looking for that Super Bowl win. And at 37 years of age, John Elway just seems to get better and better. First on the Super Bowl stage almost 11 years ago, and still he has such a wide range of receivers. Shannon Sharp right there. The mobility of John Elway, maybe when he's at his most dangerous, here to Rod Smith. And he also has Willie Green, a guy who's come on lately. Last week, 4 touchdown passes in the win over San Diego. And John Elway, when you look at his numbers, they do get better. 26 touchdown passes each of the last 2 years, 27 this year, his finest touchdown production of all time. So coming up, it's Jacksonville and Denver. Right now, back to our studios in New York and Chris Berman.
All right, Dan, thank you. 12-4 against 11-5. Only the 5th time in the 19 years of wild card games the teams with records these good are facing off in this round. We'll be back with Boomer Esiason to kick around this late game. Jags and Broncos. Mark Brunell and Jacksonville. Can they pull a stunner again?
When you come into Home Depot, there are professionals in every department.
We have journeyman electricians,
master plumbers.
We've got roofers.
We hire the most experienced people in the market.
You've got people in every department in our store that have come through the trades or through the pro business.
Doing what they love, doing what they know.
I cannot let you leave here not knowing how to do it correctly.
We're expected to be the best.
It's not, I read a pamphlet on this and I think I know what I'm talking about. It's, I know this product and I'm going to show you how to use it.
The Toyota Camry has been called the best car built in America, and Consumers Digest has selected it as a best buy. So it's little wonder that the Camry has quickly become America's favorite car. And to celebrate, now you can get special leases and low APR financing on Toyota Camry, but only until January 5th. There can be only one favorite car, and there's only one place to get it. So visit your Toyota dealer today.
Happy holidays from your friends at Miller. It's Miller time.
What are you doing? You can't spell Pluto.
I do not dabble when it comes to Scrabble. Watch me now.
You're getting on my
C,
nerves.
prolific, as in prolific score.
Nice word, Ice.
The Iceman spelling prolific.
Quite a coincidence.
Hey, give me
And he
five.
gets a double word score for that, Coach.
Hey, that's like Penny spelling unstoppable, penetrating, or MVP.
Like you spelling shrimp.
You got me, Chuck. You should be on stage telling your funny jokes. Come from miles around to see the funny man, Chuck.
The nation's top teams, the greatest coaches, and the premier players. 3 big bowls, 1 big bash. New Year's Day on ABC. First, Joe Paterno and Penn State tackle Florida in the CompUSA Florida Citrus Bowl. Then, Charles Woodson and undefeated Michigan go for the national title. They battle Washington State in the Rose Bowl. And in prime time, Ohio State takes on Bobby Bowden and Florida State in the Nokia Sugar Bowl. It all begins with the Tournament of Roses Parade, New Year's Day.
New Year's Day on ABC.
Getting set for the Jaguars at the Broncos. You're Denver. You only have today at home. Then you go on the road. What's their recipe for success today?
Well, their recipe for success is quite easy. When you look at all their home games, 8-0 at home, they're dominant at home, and the reason being is because they score defensive touchdowns, they put pressure on you with their special teams, and they're able to run Terrell Davis. And John Elway actually feeds off of Terrell Davis very well, good play-action passer, and of course, we all know the great exploits that he can do outside the pocket.
Quickly, what's Jacksonville have to do to repeat last year's
Poise.
upset?
It takes a poise, and I think when you look at Mark Brunell, he is poised, and he's beyond his years in playing, and he's the guy that can pull it off.
We're poised for another good game. If it can top the first one, boy, they don't go anywhere. Shannon Sharp and the Broncos host the Jaguars. We'll see you at halftime. Kickoff coming up.
ABC's NFL Wild Card Saturday, brought to you by Nike, who encourages you to participate in the lives of America's youth. Coming up, the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Denver Broncos after this from our ABC stations.
All season you've heard that TV is good.
It was undeniably the most shocking upset of the 1996 season. Jacksonville at Denver. The quarterback in today's wild card game is John Elway. In last year's playoff game, he and the Broncos jumped on the Jaguars early. The 12-0 lead, no surprise. But then today's other wild card quarterback, Mark Brunell, began to strut his stuff.
Turns, lofts it downfield, looking for Keenan in the end zone. Keenan leaps, makes the catch. Touchdown, Jaguars! He's at the 40. Mark Brunell running to the far sideline, turns the corner, 35-30. Down to the 25. An inside move, leaping for the 21.
That run kept alive a key fourth quarter possession for Jacksonville. And then,
big play, 35 from the 16. Looking for Jimmy in the end zone. Touchdown, Jaguars! That's it. The Jaguars are going to the championship game of the American Football Conference.
The images of that game remain vivid for both teams in today's wild card rematch. A cornerstone victory for the Jags, a searing defeat for the Broncos. John Elway and all of Denver have waited nearly a year for this game. Deal them up. It's the Jaguars and the Broncos in this AFC wild card playoff.
Let's go, Jaguars! Let's go! Here we go!
We got the noise. Bring on the game. Well, it's playoff time and it's do or die. One team lives, the other says bye. The winner gets glory, fame, and chills. The loser can only wait till next year. You better be ready. You better get right. It's time to kick off this wild card fight. Hit it. Come on and hit it. Come on and get ready. Are you ready for some football? A postseason party. We got Frank and Al and Dan. They're gonna get it started. Get those helmets crashing. The crowd is psyched. It's the NFL playoffs coming on. That's right. Bring on the game. Now.
Denver, Colorado on a late December day. Weather just right for football. Temperature about 44 degrees. Wind gusting to about 30 miles per hour. It could get stronger a little later in the day. And Mile High Stadium, a great setting for any football game and a dramatic setting for this rematch between Jacksonville and Denver. Hello again, everyone. Frank Gibbert, Al Michaels, and Dan Deerdorf. It will be noisy here. You heard a while ago, as we talked about it throughout the course of the day, Jacksonville came in 9-7 a year ago. They stunned the Denver Broncos, who had their best franchise record of 13-3. They went on to lose in the AFC Championship. Denver was out of the playoffs. They waited for almost a year to get back at Jacksonville. They made some changes during the offseason. They're probably a better football team. They're 12-4 coming into this one. And this is a team, however, that struggled over the past few weeks. Meanwhile, Jacksonville, 11-5 out, and I think they are probably better on both sides of the football, offensively and defensively, than they were a year ago.
I agree with you, Frank, and this is a team that has won 16 of its last 21 regular season games. And when they beat Denver last year, Coach Tom Coughlin found the dead right recipe, and that was balance offensively. And look for the same thing to happen today. Natron Means on the ground. He gained 140 yards that day, but he's been bothered with the sprained ankle this season. He's healthy again. They'll need him to pound through the middle. Offensively also, Mark Brunell, the quarterback, they're going to ask him to be more aggressive. He's got a great arm, but they didn't want him to run earlier this season because of the knee injury that cost him 6 weeks. But they will ask him to be more aggressive today. The big difference, though, may be defensively. They just have to step it up a bit because the Jaguars were 23rd on that side of the ball in the NFL. So that's the recipe for a Jacksonville win today against the Denver Broncos. And you've got the 3 R's: respect, redemption, and revenge, all in play today.
There aren't many words that haven't been used, Al, because what happened here 51 weeks ago, local folks call it the darkest day in the storied history of this Broncos franchise. It wounded not just the football team, but this entire community. That's how stunned they were that Jacksonville came in and upset the 14-point favorite Broncos. But you know something? You better be careful for what you wish for, because you just might get it. And that's what's happened to the Broncos, because Jacksonville is a much better football team, and a much better football team that comes in here with confidence, knowing that they can win here. It has been the Denver players for the last year that have been doing all of the talking. And I think that what comes with that talk is pressure. I think a great deal of pressure is on the Denver Broncos today, and they have talked the talk, and what we're going to find out today is whether or not they're capable of walking the walk. Now, the most watched man in the stadium today is going to be running back Terrell Davis. He separated his right shoulder in their loss to the 49ers 12 days ago. He did not play in their season-ending game. He's going to wear a harness today, and how effective he is will go a long way towards how effective and what chances the Broncos have of beating the Jaguars here this afternoon. So we've got the AFC wildcard game, the 12-4 Broncos, the 11-5 Jaguars, attitude and altitude. We've got it all here for you today.
We're doing a little paint.
At Penza, we'll be waiting.
Up against the wind, it should be both a highly emotional and physical football game. Welcome to the sideline. I'm Lynn Swan, head coach Mike Shanahan of the Broncos. No words have been wasted talking about the emotional factor of this ball game, the motivation and revenge. How do you take that challenge, use it in a game plan so they can just get that energy onto the field?
Well, then they got the job done last year. We didn't. They made some plays, and we had an opportunity. We didn't take advantage of that opportunity. The same opportunities here today, and you work a whole year through the offseason, the mini camps, and now we'll see if we'll take advantage of it.
And they're ready for this.
They're ready for it.
All right, Coach. Thank you. Al?
Thank you, Len. That's a beautiful shot as you look at Mile High Stadium and downtown Denver in the background. Temperature in the 40s, a gusting wind, basically, as you'll look at the field with Vaughn Hebron going back to receive the kick, and a guy who missed a lot of action during practice this week because of a hamstring pull. Mike Hollis to kick off. Basically, as we look at the field, the wind will be blowing from left to right, from north to south, but like in most enclosed stadiums, it is a swirling wind. And Hollis's kick fielded by Hebron at the 5-yard line. Up past the 20, and Terrell Davis's backup at running back brings it back to the 27-yard line. And here comes John Elway, wrapping up his 15th season. And this season, those 27 touchdowns, the most in any season in his career. Quarterback rating 87.5. Davis in the backfield. Griffith is the blocking back. Smith and McCaffrey outside. Shannon Sharp, the tight end. And up front, Zimmerman. Charette comes back from disc surgery, Nalen, Habib, and Jones. Nalen is the backup center for the AFC in the Pro Bowl. And Davis gets immediate action, takes it up to the 30-yard line. That separated shoulder is his right shoulder. Here's the Jacksonville defense and two rookies along the front. Lagerman, Wynn, and Payne are both rookies at tackles, and the veteran Simmons. Hardy, Schwartz, and Robinson, the linebackers. Schwartz, the team's leading tackler. Thomas and Figures at the corners. Davis and Hudson are the safeties. And the wind gusting and blowing the ball away from the line of scrimmage.
Pretty good indication of how severely the wind is blowing when it rolls a football that's on the ground. There were times we were down there before warm-ups. Actually, we were moved by the gusts.
Play fake. Davis makes the catch, gets hit on that right shoulder, is a little short of the first down at the 36 by Hardy and Schwartz. So they go to Davis on the ground and then through the air immediately.
I think the key will come not being hit on the shoulder, but when he lands on this field, on his elbow, driving that arm up into the shoulder. That's when you an impact on a separated shoulder. And there's the wind we spoke about at the top of the show. There were alerts up in the mountains and the foothills of winds gusting to 70 miles an hour, so it could get worse.
3rd down and 1. You can see the papers blowing. Davis with the first down. So Terrell Davis out last week with a separated shoulder behind a Griffith block, 2 carries and a pass reception and a first down.
Terrell Davis actually wanted to play last week against San Diego, and I think they very wisely, any kind of a separation, it takes a while to put it back together again. I had one, Dan, I'm sure you probably have. It's one of the most painful things that you can play with, live with, and God help you if you sneeze.
And it'll also affect Terrell Davis's ability to receive. He's a good receiver out of the backfield. We'll see if he can get his arms up. Well,
Elway's second pass, Rod Smith, the intended receiver, and the ball floating and wobbling, Figures covering, 2nd down. Len Swan, update from the field. Len?
Well, Al, you're talking about the brace that Terrell Davis is wearing. It's not so much a brace as it is just padding. And here's an example of it. There's padding on the inside to protect him from the force of any hit he will get. Really can't keep the shoulder in place, but just will protect it from any hit. Al?
All right, thank you, Len. So on 2nd down and 10, Davis in the backfield along with Griffith. Esra Tuaolo is now at defensive tackle in place of Seth Payne, and that's Tuaolo who comes across the line. Bernie Kukar is today's referee. Payne, a rookie from Cornell, he'd been questionable.
Number 84 on the offense, moving prior to the ball being snapped. 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
Shannon Sharp threw him off.
In the middle of that Jaguar line defensively has changed dramatically from a year ago. John Jurkovic is gone for the season. He broke a tibia. And Pritchett, as we look at the jump by Sharp, you see it from the reverse ankle. Watch number 84. He makes the movement and draws Jacksonville across the line of scrimmage. But they also lost Don Davey in the middle of that defensive line. So a big change defensively for Jacksonville this year.
2nd and 15. You can hear the wind out of the shotgun. Elway guns it over the middle, and it's dropped by McCaffrey.
Ooh, looking right back into the sun, the late afternoon sun. You can tell by the shadows, McCaffrey was looking right back into the sun, and he couldn't handle it.
He's got the sun, he's got the wind, and Elway throws the ball about 170 miles an hour.
See McCaffrey's shadow, he's looking right back into it, and like a lot of great quarterbacks, they are pumped up in the first quarter, and often that first quarter delivery is a little hot.
A hot Elway pass, a good field underneath you, a little earth, wind, and fire here for you this afternoon from Denver.
Yes. Right off the bat on 3rd down and 15. They have to get to the Jacksonville 46 to convert, and Elway guns it to the open man. McCaffrey makes the catch, 1st down, takes it to the 36.
A lot of time for John Elway. That was a deep turn in, and the Bronco receivers have been dropping a lot of footballs over the last few weeks, and when McCaffrey caught that football, he looked it right into his hands, into his chest. He knew he had the 1st down, and again, credit the offensive line. They gave Elway all the time he needed, but watch McCaffrey look it in, hug the football. He knows he's going to get hit, and he comes down with the ball for a 1st down.
And I think John Elway in this wind is aided by the fact that he does not throw anything that resembles a floating football. He throws a laser pass, and he'll have more success in this kind of a wind than some other quarterbacks might.
Davis gets taken down by Schwartz after a gain of 1 to the 35. That pass to McCaffrey was good for 25. 3 minutes into the game with no score. Davis with 20 or more carries in every game this season until the Monday nighter in San Francisco when he went out in the first half.
Still ended up with 1,750 yards, 15 touchdowns, nearly a 5-yard per carry average at 4.7. Sitting out that game, he really didn't have a realistic shot at Barry Sanders for the NFL rushing title, but yet what a remarkable year for Terrell Davis.
2nd and 9. This is the 8th play of the drive, and Davis escapes, breaks another tackle, and gets ridden down at the 26, close to a first down by Travis Davis, breaking 2 tackles out of Chris Hudson's grasp in one of them.
Well, we've seen him a lot this year, and I'll say it over again. He runs like a much bigger man than a 210-pound back.
Well, he's also got legs that got a week off. It was almost like a bye week for Terrell Davis, even though these two teams didn't get a bye. Just breaking tackles, the driving legs. He's not a guy that's going to take it like Barry Sanders and change directions 4 times and go 80 yards. But you will be hurting by the end of the day if you've had to tackle Terrell Davis 30 times.
3rd down and a short 1. And they give it to Davis, and he gets that one as he takes it to the 25-yard line. Thomas comes up to make the top tackle, and Denver is now 3 of 3 on 3rd down.
And he is a power runner, Dan, and now, but you saw the nifty footwork there at the line of scrimmage. He knew he needed the 1 yard, so he kind of skipped to the left, lowered his shoulder, and picked up the first down, and he's going to get a breather on the sidelines.
Broncos are aided by an addition up front. Mark Schlereth is starting at left guard. He's missed the last 5 games because of back surgery, and his addition to this offensive line means an awful lot to Denver.
From the 25-yard line, they give it to Derek Lavelle, who's the number 3 running back. He picks up 3. Occasionally, you're going to see camera shots today, and the camera will be all over the place and wobbling. The stands shake here when it's not windy, and now you've got the wind and the stands as you look down into Mile High Stadium. Gusting out of the north-northwest.
And with the exception of the wind, the temperature coupled with the sunshine, it is very comfortable down on the football field. A little cool in the shade, but the players don't mind this at all.
Very safe where you are to throw it now for the Broncos. They're in the protected end of the stadium. Here comes the blitz.
Elway scrambling and then throwing, and along the sideline at the 13, no. Rod Smith, one official checked with the other, and the call appeared to be the correct one as he did not come down in bounds. Deion Figures with the coverage.
You like to see that. The one official goes, you can see that his eyes, as soon as the play is over, lock right onto his partner. The 2 of them work that sideline as a team. And you're exactly right. Neither one of Rod Smith's feet were in bounds. But that is the way an officiating crew is supposed to work. They are a team working that sideline. They both agreed. They were both right.
3rd down 7 from the 22. So again, Denver with a 3rd down. They've converted 3 of 3 thus far. Blitz again. Elway throws. Caught at the 12. They convert again. And it's Willie Green making his first catch of the game. Dave Thomas with the coverage.
Free agent, one of those free agents we talked about that Denver picked up at the very beginning of the show. He was one of them. Willie Davis has been with Detroit and Carolina last year, and he's had some success in playoff games previously with Detroit and Carolina, this time putting a good move on Dave Thomas. Dave Thomas, good defensive back, but you can beat him with the quick cuts. He's a big defensive back, and he doesn't pull it together as quickly as some of the smaller ones.
Terrell Davis back in the game, 1st and 10 from the 12 with McCaffrey in motion. And back to Davis, inside the 10, Davis to the 5. Davis appears to be 100%. Tom Nalen, who'll go to the Pro Bowl as the backup center, led the way.
Boy, if he is banging people with that shoulder, and he doesn't seem to be having a problem at all protecting it.
And his offensive line is banging Jacksonville's defensive line. Look at the block there by Nalen, 66, Habib, 75. They are just removing the front 7 for Jacksonville. The guys in the secondary are having to come up and make the hit on Davis. If that becomes a pattern, that's big trouble.
2nd down and 3. Davis again. Davis fighting his way to the 2-yard line. That's close to a first down. Dave Thomas and Travis Davis in on the hit. 7 minutes into the game, and Jacksonville hasn't seen the ball yet, and they're going to measure.
Frank, don't you love that decision-making process by Davis? Rather than bounce it to the outside, lower the shoulder and head for the goal line.
Well, if you have his kind of power, that's what you do down close to either a first down or a goal line. But this is a terrific drive, and it would not have been this kind of drive, I'm sure, without Terrell Davis.
A first down.
He was the question mark earlier, whether or not he could go.
Well, I'm sure Tom Coughlin all week long said, hey, I'm sure Terrell Davis is going to be fine. I wonder if his guys believed it. Right there is the decision. Instead of bouncing to the outside, go for the surge. He picks up another 2 and the first down. But if there was any question in the guys in the white shirts whether or not Terrell Davis is all right, I think that's been put to rest.
15th play of the drive. They give it to Davis, so he starts it and finishes it.
Wow, that was classic. What a great drive.
And the mile-high salute to finish it off. Half the quarter.
The skeptics in the crowd, though, Al, are nudging the guy next to him and saying, you know, we had a 12-0 lead last year in this game.
And they were leading Pittsburgh, and they were leading Kansas City, and they were leading San Francisco.
But
Games
this
they lost.
is a wonderful finish to an absolutely perfect start to a football game for the Denver Broncos.
Jason Elam for the point after the Bronx go 73 yards in 15 plays.
That's one of those deals where you work off the script. I'd hit the reset button.
That's right.
I'd go right back and start over.
They will. 15 plays, 7-0.
Brought to you by Saturn, a different kind of company, a different kind of car. Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL and official airline of the Super Bowl. Visa, the official card of the NFL. It's everywhere you want to be. And Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you, fresh beer tastes better.
The Denver Broncos driving from the 26-yard line all the way down the field. A 15-play drive. Last week they had a touchdown drive that consumed 18 plays against San Diego. And finally Jacksonville to get the ball. Reggie Barlow and Mike Logan are back, and Mark Brunell has been waiting patiently as Jason Elam gets set to kick off. Reggie Barlow is the key man, developing into one of the best run back specialists in the league. And we'll see him immediately from the 8-yard line, comes back this way and brings it back out to the 30-yard line. So Brunell and the Jaguars have it. 7:29 left in the quarter. 7-0 Broncos.
It isn't every.
Mark Brunell, 5th year in the league out of the University of Washington. Began the season hurt, came back for game 3 and a 91.2 rating, tops in the AFC. Means and Halleck in the backfield. Smith and McCardell, great wideouts. Pete Mitchell, the tight end. And up front, huge Tony Baselli, Ben Coleman, Dave Wydell, Rich Tilsky, and Leon Searcy, the ex-Steeler. Biggest offensive line, or heaviest, in the history of the National Football League.
You know, they need it in the division they play, in that Central Division. They see a lot of blitzing against the Steelers, Baltimore, Cincinnati, and Tennessee. But they are enormous.
And they're not just big for the sake of being big. They're athletic as well. Of course, with Searcy and Baselli, probably the best tackle combo in the NFL. And they're young.
From the 30-yard line. And right off the bat, you've got Damon Jones in as they start in a double tight end set, the rookie tight end moving.
Well, the sound is going, noise here is going to be a tremendous factor.
Ball start. Number 88 on the offense. Moving part of the ball being snapped. 5-yard penalty, still first down.
So each one of these football teams opens up with their tight end false starting at the beginning of their day. Shannon Sharp did it for the Broncos, and here's Jones.
I think this was the noise, though. They'll go with a silent count, but you saw Damon Jones looking down to see if the ball was going to be snapped. And he came off and got the flag.
Well, they're going to be flinching all day on the Denver side of the ball, trying to draw them. There they go again.
First down and 15, and Brunell under pressure, forced to throw it away. Ma'atanuvasa put the pressure on, the defensive tackle, who had 8.5 sacks this year. The Broncos a 4-3, and up front, Neil Smith came over from Kansas City, Keith Traylor, Ma'atanuvasa, and Alfred Williams. John Mobley, very mobile. Alan Aldridge in the middle, and Bill Romanowski. And the secondary outstanding. Crockett and Gordon at the corners. Braxton and Atwater the safeties. Good and very experienced. Jacksonville with a...
There's a double move right at the bottom of the screen.
And whistles to stop the play with a 3 tight end set.
I think Rich Griffith.
Or Damon Jones.
Number 85.
No play, no play. Ball start. Number 85 on the offense. Moving prior to ball being snapped. 5-yard penalty, still second down.
Griffith is lined up at the wing. We asked Tom Coughlin yesterday, how are you going to handle the snap count, your audibles and everything? He said, well, we didn't really have a problem with it here last year. We're going to keep in our entire audible package. We'll do the silent snap count. It wasn't much of a problem for us a year ago. Well, not the case so far, Frank.
They've got a problem.
Yeah.
And Neil Smith comes out, and he was walking very slowly. Harold Hasselback comes in at left end. Second down and 20 now from the 20-yard line. The fake to Means, and Brunell buying time, guns it deep downfield, intended for Jimmy Smith, and incomplete. Brunell with 2 great targets. Smith this season caught 82 balls. McCardell caught 85.
Well, it's a very effective use of motion to get Brunell out. He's not in any way hurried, but look at that ball.
That was a wind catching that ball.
Oh, did you see that ball tail away to the right? I don't think Mark put any English on that in an attempt to do so.
Third down and 20. Out of the shotgun. Brunell looks for James Stewart, the third down back. And Stewart all the way up to the 37-yard line. He got 17, but they needed 20, and they'll be forced to kick.
Stewart, the third down back that we'll see most of the day, but a good series defensively for Denver, and the biggest part of their defense is their offense. If their offense could put together a drive like they did before or something similar to it, that's the best thing you can do for your defense.
Well, aided greatly by a couple of false starts on the part of a pair of Jacksonville tight ends. Can't afford mistakes on the road in a ball game.
Brian Barker will go to the Pro Bowl. It's a wobbly duck.
Not off that kick, he won't.
No way.
They'll have to return the pineapple.
They'll mark that up near the 40-yard line. At the 40, back comes Elway with a 7-0 lead. 24-yard boot. Aerial photography today being provided by Goodyear. A spectacular shot. Mile High Stadium in Denver. More than 70,000 looking on. A reminder, coming up on Monday, Quiz Show. The movie, an ABC movie special. Network premiere of Quiz Show at 8 o'clock Eastern Pacific, 7 Central, right here on ABC.
It's a good movie. I liked it. Right now, it's Terrell Davis starring in the Denver Broncos story.
He did on the first drive with 8 carries as the Broncos marched down the field, consuming half the quarter.
It's remarkable when you think back 12 days ago, we watched him in terrible pain on the sideline. They iced down that shoulder, and knowing what a shoulder separation can do to you, I'm just amazed at what he's done here in the first quarter.
From the 40, back to Davis. Cuts it back inside. Up to the 45-yard line. Seth Payne making the tackle. Going back to that first series, right off the bat, they gave Davis the ball. He wound up carrying it 8 times. And they also went to him as a pass receiver as well. But John Elway kept calling his number. He started the drive and he finished the drive. And the Mile High salute made it 7-7.
Keep in mind that in the first 14 games of the year when Davis was healthy, he carried the ball over 20 times a game in each one of those ball games. That's one heck of a workload for a running back.
2nd and 5, and here is carry number 10. So he's already halfway there, and he's close to a first down, just a little shy of the 50. Hudson making the tackle.
Well, Hudson hit him about the 46-yard line, and Davis has carried him for another 3. He's a load. Good receiver out of the backfield, too. Not very close to a first down, so they'll bring the sticks out.
Yep. They had 42 receptions on the year, Frank, and that's a lot of touches. And you can see why there was a lot of uncertainty here in Denver as to how productive Davis was going to be today.
Boy, but what an impact. As you can see, a little short. A running game can have on your passing game, and you have to have the defense thinking run before they think pass rush. You're in good shape.
Dick Duran, the defensive coordinator of Jacksonville, and with the offensive weapons that the Broncos have, the #1 offense in the NFL, I don't think many people are volunteering for his job this week.
Third down, inches. The Broncos are 4 for 4 on third down and make it 5 for 5. Davis, 11 carries to the Jaguar 48-yard line, tackled by Brian Schwartz.
Jacksonville coming with a run blitz, filling every gap on their blitz, and still Terrell Davis was able to get the first.
Word from Lynn Swann. Lynn.
Well, Al, I talked with Elway before the game about throwing into this wind. He said the problem will be throwing from left to right as you look at the field because the ball can trail off. But if you put some heat on it, it shouldn't be a problem. I said, do you talk to your running backs about that fact? He goes, yeah, I mentioned it to them, but they already know I throw a pretty hard pass. Al?
Yes, as McCaffrey found out in particular on that first series. 1st and 10 from the 48-yard line, and they keep calling number 30's number, this time a minimal gain, tackled by Clyde Simmons.
Which will end up being the best part of Denver's passing game, is Terrell Davis. This running attack that they're working against Jacksonville right now is going to make play action, which we're going to see relatively soon, all the more effective. A dozen rushes already for Terrell Davis, and still over 4.5 minutes left in the first quarter. That's a game for a lot of running backs in this league.
Earlier this season in a game against the Chiefs, he had 13 carries in the first quarter. 2nd down and 9, 4.5 minutes to go, and here is number 13. So 5 in a row on this series, and fresh as a daisy to the 37, but a marker goes down. Joel Smingy makes the tackle, and this one will come back.
Bernie Kukar, our referee, threw the flag himself from behind the play.
Holding, number 66 on the offense. The 10-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
Tom Nalen, the Pro Bowl center, and that'll negate another first down, and a good pickup by Terrell Davis.
Up 66 is Tom Nalen right there. He was out in front. He's locked up on Ronaldo Wynn. Wynn trips and falls, and Nalen ends up going with him. A lot of that was the fact that Wynn went down and Nalen went with him, and it certainly did look like he took him down.
So Derek Lavelle comes in as Davis goes out. 2nd down and 19. The corner blitz, and Elway escapes, buys time, hits Lavelle, and the ex-49er takes it to the 48. Derek is really their number 3 running back, but they want to save Hebron apparently with that tender hamstring for running back kicks, unless Lavelle is in there right now for the 2nd time in the game.
Lavelle made a few starts for the 49ers for this man, Mike Shanahan, when he was the offensive coordinator there. He likes Lavelle. Good receiver out of the backfield, good running back. Turns this one into a nifty pickup, but leaves John in the passing situation.
Ball on Hebron along the sideline. He ran back the opening kickoff, but hasn't played in an offensive set to this point. 3rd down and 8. And coming across the line was Tony Brackens, the free one. Brackens in there as a pass rush specialist. Eddie Robinson falls on Elway.
Well, Brackens not only went off sides, he's lucky he didn't hurt himself. In an attempt to stop, he does a full split.
5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
I tell you right now, Frank, if that was me, they'd be taking me off on the back of a cart.
He really did do the splits.
He tried to
recover.
He tried to throw out the air brakes. Watch this. That's a nice little hook slide. No chance to get back. 7 sacks on the year for Brackens. A lot of it's based on upfield speed. Getting a good jump off the ball is a key part of that. That's what he's trying to get. Trying to anticipate the snap count.
4 wides. 3rd down and 3. Broncos thus far perfect. 5 for 5 on 3rd down. Elway guns it over the middle, and it is Rod Smith, free and clear. Touchdown Denver.
I don't know if that was a completed pass or if John Elway impaled Rod Smith with that football.
He's had a lot of drops by Rod Smith. This time he stuck it in there. Jacksonville coming on a blitz, and it was a terrific read by Rod Smith and John Elway. They connect up, and he's gone.
Were my ears betraying me, or could you hear that football hit Rod Smith?
Rod Smith had a bunch of drops earlier in the year, a few weeks ago, particularly against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, did you see him look that ball into his hands? They've been doing that in practice, talking about it, not making a big deal out of it where you're going to get hung up on it, but they have been working on it. We've seen some good catches today.
Smith had 12 receptions for TDs during the regular season. Pretty much like last year. Denver with the early lead, 14-0.
Problem. Starting January 5th, 2020 comes to Monday nights, too.
Join Hugh Downs and me for 2020, Monday.
Budweiser NFL News. The Vikings beat the Giants 23-22 after trailing by 16 points at the half. And they become the first road team since the Cowboys at San Francisco in '72 to win a postseason game, overcoming that large deficit. Vikings play at San Francisco next Saturday, and the winner of tomorrow's Detroit-Tampa Bay game plays at Green Bay next Sunday. Here's the kicker. The score 14-0. Denver. And it floats down into the arms of Reggie Barlow from the 15-yard line. Barlow, who's becoming one of the best run-back specialists in the league, shows you why as he takes it to midfield. Exactly what Jacksonville needed at this point to get back in the game. Tackled by McKyer, but Elway's been sharp. And with 2.5 to go in the quarter, 14-0. Rod Smith going all the way here.
Freedom in the Air, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With fares so low, you have the freedom to fly. In last year's AFC divisional playoff game, the Jaguars traveled to the Mile High City, where the Broncos were undefeated. Who would prevail? Stay tuned.
My dream's in Nashville. But my heart...
Down passes to Keenan McCardell and Jimmy Smith as Jacksonville shocked Denver 30-27 to advance to the AFC Championship game.
Touchdown, Jaguars!
Denver leading 14-0 with 21 plays having been run by the Broncos. Only 3 plays plus 2 penalties for Jacksonville. And John Elway, with blood on his right hand, had that work done during the commercial break.
I'd say those statistics we saw would support a Denver lead.
Well, pretty much like last year when the Broncos led 12-0 on 2 touchdowns. They scored last year, had the extra point blocked, then scored again and went for 2 points and were unsuccessful. And by the half, Jacksonville had the lead. From the 49-yard line, on the ground, Natron Means, it's a pickup of 4.
And this is what they need to get back to. Natron Means, he had 140 yards rushing a year ago and controlled the clock and the game along with quarterback Mark Brunell, but he had a big game as they rolled for over 200 yards on the ground against Denver, but that was a year ago. But they need to go back to it.
2nd and 6 from the 45-yard line. Brunell stepping up, takes it to the 40-yard line. A lot of mobility. Mark Brunell stopped by Neil Smith. It'll be 3rd down and 1. Tanavasa also in on the tackle. And Brunell shaking.
Oh, yeah. He's getting up a little tentatively. He wears a brace on his right knee. He doesn't like it, but they tell him you're going to wear it until we tell you you can't wear it.
Hey, Neil Smith comes back in from the right side, and watch how awkwardly Brunell kind of lands after he jumps through that tackle by Neil Smith.
He also got hit on the back after he was down.
3rd and 1. And Brunell throws it, but behind Willie Jackson.
Well, I'll tell you, they got a lot of confidence in Brunell on 3rd and 1 when you've got Natron Means in the backfield.
You're exactly right. In this wind,
exactly.
Offensive coordinator Chris Palmer had to be tempted to hand it to his 250-pound running back.
Look at that ball.
Whoa.
And they're thinking about going, at least Brunell was. He was staying out on the field, and now they'll bring Barker out to punt.
Wow, down 14-0 and still without a first down. There are only 2 possessions, 3 and out, even with great field position here.
Well, Chris Palmer, I'm sure, was tempted to give it to Natron Means.
Brian Barker to punt.
Should have.
And Darian Gordon back to receive it.
Play clock had expired, but that will not make much of a difference for Jacksonville.
There is no penalty. There is no penalty. We will reset the game clock to 25 seconds.
Boy, down 14-0 as we reset the clock here. Not converting when you start a drive down 14-0 in your opponent's territory, not even getting a first down. That's a critical failure for Jacksonville. There has to be a part of Tom Coughlin that must be thinking about going for it here. Obviously they're punting, but boy, they can't let this game get out of hand.
Barker's kick, he angles it, and that will turn out to be a very good one. It will be marked at the 8-yard line. And that's where Denver will take over. And it's time now for the Home Depot coaches fact. Mike Shanahan with a 41-27 mark in regular season games. Highest regular season percentage by any NFL coach who's winless in postseason. Now, Dennis Green was actually second in that category until about an hour ago.
He's off the snide.
Yes.
Congratulate Dennis Green, but also Jim Fossil of the Giants on a great season for the Giants, winning that division, sweeping the division. They had a remarkable year.
Denny Green was what, 0-4?
He was. From the 8-yard line, Terrell Davis for a gain of 2. And Mark Brunell can only hope that it's easier to throw the ball going the other way. We mentioned before that the wind is coming out of the north, which is left to right as we look at this field. But it's a swirling wind, and clearly Brunell's had a lot more trouble finding the mark with his passes than has Elway going the other way.
Well, it seems that way too. And Al, when you go from left to right as we look at the field, you're going to what is the open end of the field.
Knowing that, all the more reason to bang in there with Means on a 3rd and short.
Absolutely.
Instead of throwing on 3rd and 1.
2nd and 8. They give it to Davis. And Terrell up to the 11-yard line, setting up another 3rd down where the Broncos have been perfect at this point. 6 for 6 on 3rd down. Payne makes the tackle.
Let's go back and take a look at a couple of the efforts of Mark Brunell. This time, look at that ball just spin and tail away to the right. And again, throwing it out to his left, the ball again.
These are not electronic tricks.
Nope. That is not an optical illusion. The ball is really moving that much.
End of the first quarter, a perfect one for the Broncos. It's Denver 14, Jacksonville nothing. This wild card playoff from Denver resumes after this from our ABC station. Aerial photography provided by Goodyear. A look at the Rocky Mountains.
Look how steady that
Denver. Yeah.
Look how steady that blimp is in the wind up there. That's
yes.
The most beautiful mountains in the world. Some of the great ski areas in the world for sure.
In reverse as well.
New Year's Day. Here's a reminder. 3 bowl games. The CompUSA Florida Citrus Bowl, Florida against Penn State. The Rose Bowl, Michigan and Washington State. And Nokia Sugar Bowl, Florida State and Ohio State.
And it all starts with the Rose Bowl parade.
Yes, it does. On New Year's morning, Thursday, Denver from the 12 on 3rd down. Elway going deep. Smith gets free, makes the catch, taken down in Jacksonville territory, beats Beasley.
I don't know what Beasley was thinking about. He was looking, staring into the backfield.
Well, John Elway right now is saying, well, it's supposed to be a problem throwing the ball going this direction.
I don't know whether Beasley thought he was going to have help deep or not. He gets caught looking into the backfield. Rod Smith just blows right by him.
First play of the second quarter, John Elway didn't seem to have much of a problem going into the win.
Not at all. Davis from the 48 picks up 1. Davis has now carried the ball 15 times for 51 yards, and the numbers for the first quarter will certainly reflect the one-sidedness of the period on the scoreboard as well.
They're either beautiful or ugly depending upon your zip code.
Look at the time of possession. Speaking of zip codes, 230, 1230.
Jacksonville still without a first down.
And Denver up by 14 and in Jacksonville territory, second down and 9 from the 47-yard line. Elway gets it away, intended for Griffith, the blocking back. Incomplete, covered by Schwartz. This wild card game is being brought to you by the new Dodge. It's about change. Bud Light, if you want great taste, it won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light. And the Home Depot, America's home improvement coach. Al Michaels, Frank Gifford, Dan Deerdorf, and Lynn Swan in Denver. The Broncos have been bucking to this point, 14-0 and on the move again.
In that area of the field where Mark Brunell had problems throwing the football, the open end of the field coming up, pass situation for Elway.
John threw into the wind that time off to the left. It was behind his receiver.
Third down and 9. Guns it over the middle. Caught by Willie Green to the 25-yard line. Gets inside Beasley.
I think this wind prefers a right-hand spiral. Perfect shot to Willie Green. The pickup from Carolina during the offseason. We talked about the numerous changes that Denver made after losing to Jacksonville last year, and a good move by Willie Green. He's big, strong. He'll battle for the football. He goes about 6'4". And again, the key to it, Dan, protection.
Absolutely. So far in this football game, Denver's offensive line has been dominant.
And Elway going for 6 more, and this time the coverage is good. McCaffrey, the intended receiver, Travis Davis, and Dave Thomas converging on him.
Dave Thomas, he's big. We talked about it a few moments ago. He's 6'3" and about 215 pounds, and he just got right in front of McCaffrey and just dared McCaffrey to run through him. Dave Thomas, who broke his leg a year ago in the 5th game. Watch this. He gets right in front of McCaffrey. Maybe used a little bit of a hand, but he kept McCaffrey from coming back to the football. Good coverage.
Second and 10, Jaguars across the line. Davis takes the handoff.
Well, I'll tell you what, Howard Griffith, the fullback for the Broncos, was also moving towards the line of scrimmage.
He's been doing that, Dan, with regularity, and they have not been calling it either.
You could get a motion call against Denver, I think, easily out of this as well.
But they don't.
Yes, they do.
We did get him.
They both.
Yeah.
So offsetting.
He's been coming dangerously close to that throughout the first quarter.
Number 37 on the defense, illegal motion. Number 29 on the offense, penalties offset, still second down.
Yeah, it looked like Howard Griffith almost in some way misjudged the snap count, because he makes a serious move. He's the man in motion, and now watch him start towards, there's the flinch by Jacksonville, and Griffith takes 2 steps forward all the way up into that guard center gap.
That movement by Griffith was what actually drew Jacksonville off. And he started going to the line of scrimmage. They came.
Second down and 10. Elway, a little shovel pass, and Davis runs right into number 51, Kevin Hardy, the second guy picked in the draft, the linebacker a couple of years ago. Around Jacksonville, a lot of people saying, when's Hardy going to step up? He's been pretty quiet thus far this season. Don't tell Davis.
Well, he stepped up and stepped right into the hole where Terrell Davis was trying to go. This is just a good call, a little twist move from the outside, looping back to the inside. And if Hardy gets there a half a second before, we might have had a loose football.
3rd and 13. This is Denver's 30th play of the game. The Jaguars have run 6. Elway guns it, and it's caught by Smith, and he picks up the first down, and Denver is 9 for 9 on 3rd down.
And John Elway threw a brilliant strike. That ball perfectly spiraling, and that is the best way to take the wind off the football. Keep it in a tight spiral. Deep downfield to Rod Smith. He really had something on it, and this will be a great look at it. Again, the fine protection. Look at that. That just smoked into Rod Smith.
Well, down 7-0. Jacksonville had a thumb in the dike. Down 14-0. They got their whole hand in the hole. They're on the verge of having the dike fall on top of them right now.
From the 12-yard line, Davis inside the 10. Davis down to the 5-yard line. Pat Bowlen, the owner of the Broncos for so many years, has lived through so many postseason games, both wonderful and horrible. And this one's starting out in the former category, at least at the moment.
Yeah, there's such a genuine affection with Pat Bowlen and quarterback John Elway. They don't quite know what John's going to do after this season, but somehow or other they plan on him staying with this organization.
2nd down and 3. Shanahan expects him to be back. Davis, touchdown Denver. 92 yards.
And most of it against the wind.
For 51 weeks, the Denver Broncos have pointed themselves towards this game, and I said at the top about how much pressure comes with that. And Lynn Swann asked Mike Shanahan, can they translate that energy into something positive on the field? Well, so far I think the answer to that question is a resounding yes.
And there is no question about the physical ability of this man, Terrell Davis, with an incredible first half.
Jason Elam converts. 92 yards, 11 plays. 10:46 left in the half. Denver 21, Jacksonville nothing.
Let's see. It says here.
Shot of the Rocky Mountains. And it's beautiful in Mile High Stadium for these fans right now. A perfect start for the Broncos, leading 21-0. Jason Elam's kick, fielded at the 3-yard line. This is Mike Logan. And he gets picked up at the 20 by Darius Johnson. 10:37 remaining in the half. Jaguars trying to get on track. 21-zip.
A lot of industry experts told us.
Sang Daisy Fuentes and Dick Clark live from Times Square with the Spice Girls, Usher, Sean Colvin, and Casey and the Sunshine Band. Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve on ABC.
Monday Night Football is live on the web. Get in-depth coverage of today's NFL playoff games at abcmnf.com. Up to the moment, take a look at this. There are the stats. 12-0 in first downs, 235 to 26 in total yardage. And 21-0 on the scoreboard. First down from the 21-yard line. Means picks up 2. Tackled by Keith Traylor. Around the neck. 2nd and 8.
Well, that's a pretty good effort for Keith Traylor to lasso a guy with the power of Means with that high on his body with one arm and just yanking backwards like that. This former linebacker with the Chiefs, now a defensive tackle here in Denver, and brings a lot more quickness to the table for this Bronco defense.
2nd and 8 from the 23-yard line. Brunell throws, and it's low, but Jimmy Smith is there to come back and get it at the 28-yard line.
Good read between Brunell and Jimmy Smith. Blitz on the part of Denver. The Jaguars picked it up, and Jimmy Smith broke it off, and they get the completion.
And Gordon, the cornerback to that side, giving a huge cushion when he knows his team is blitzing. Wonderful job by Smith of making that catch. He kept it off the ground, but Darian Gordon way too far off the ball. You know it's going to be a short pattern.
3rd down and 3. Looking for their first down, and they get it at the 35-yard line. Great protection. Enabled Brunell to hit Pete Mitchell, the tight end, for a first.
And nobody happier than every member of Jacksonville's defense.
They broke a barrier, a first down barrier. They get one.
Let us get our wits about us. Let us get our breath and see if our offense can keep the football for a while. Nice, safe pattern. Mitchell sits down in the soft part of the zone. They need a whole bunch of those in a row.
Brunell finds Keenan McCardell, and Keenan, who's had a very hot month of December, up to the 40-yard line, tackled there by Ray Crockett.
And yet that's his first catch thus far of the game, isn't it? The leading receiver with 85 receptions coming into this. Not a big receiver, but on the outside, neither one on the outside, Smith or McCardell, but they have great hands and terrific speed.
And that was a good open field one-on-one tackle by Ray Crockett. Certainly the best cover guy of the Denver secondary. He's had a really fine year for Denver.
On 2nd and 6. Good protection again. Smith makes the catch, busts tackles, picks up a first down, gets it to the Denver 45-yard line, tackled by Mobley.
Oh, and he breaks the tackle of Bill Romanowski and gets the first down in doing so. Jimmy Smith and both these wide receivers run well after they catch the football. Both of them over 1,200 yards, over 1,000 yards on receiving. Look at that little burst to the inside for a first down.
So the Jaguars with a little bit of a spark now, trying to get back into the game, go back to the ground, give it to Means, and Natron works it to the 41-yard line where he's tackled by Mobley. Means this season missing a lot of time with a sprained ankle, still gained more than 800 yards, but did not have a single run of more than 20 yards this year.
And didn't have a 100-yard game all year long. In fact, his last 100-yard effort was here 51 weeks ago when he had 140 against the Broncos. And his yards per carry reflect that injury, Al, only 3.4 per rush.
2nd and 6. Brunell underneath. It's a juggling catch made by Means. He gets to the 39, setting up a 3rd and 4. Smith and Aldridge converge on the tackle.
Jacksonville playing it very smart. Offensive coordinator Chris Palmer calling not only the plays that they had down. They haven't got through their list yet, I'm sure, and why change it? Get back in the game, get yourselves something on the scoreboard, go in at halftime, regroup, and come back out, and you got a new ball game. They know they can come back as they look once again at Neil Smith.
If they've got 20 plays on their script, they may still be working off that script in the 3rd quarter.
Well, he keeps looking at it. I don't think they're through it yet.
Meanwhile, Denver ran out of script after that first drive. That first drive was 15 plays. Injury timeout for Smith. 6:23 left in the half. 21-0 Denver.
This is one sadistic TV show.
New hosts Daisy Fuentes and John Fugelsang, and all new funniest videos 1 week from Monday on ABC.
Back in Denver, it's been all Broncos, and you know the one thing we should point out too is that even though Jacksonville beat Denver last year, the Broncos have not lost any other game in this stadium for 2 years apart from that one.
Take a look at the entire John Elway era. I can speak firsthand. No tougher place in the NFL to win than Mile High Stadium.
3rd down and 3. And Brunell going deep into double coverage and incomplete, but a flag comes in. McCardell was sandwiched between Braxton and Gordon.
I sure didn't see any violation at the conclusion of this play. Looked like there wasn't any contact till afterwards.
Number 23 on the defense.
Yeah, they get Darian Gordon for using his hands, but he came a long way to get involved in that double coverage. Yeah, he did.
Right
no
there. Okay,
it.
You're right. He did. He had his right hand on McCardell's left shoulder.
When he had the help on the inside, he really didn't need to do this. No. Braxton is in good position to make the play.
No, I didn't see it properly. That's a very good call by the official. It's really kind of senseless. You've got the help from the safety. You know you got help deep. Really doesn't gain much to reach out and put your hand on the guy's shoulder pad and bicep.
Exactly. 34-yard penalty. 1st and goal. Natron Means. To the 1-yard line. Mobley makes the hit. 2nd and goal inside 6 minutes remaining in the first half.
And Jacksonville with a good drive from their own 20-yard line. This is what they needed to do. Get a little confidence, put some points up on the board. Go in at halftime. You're a little closer. You know you can do it. And you know you've done it before, and come back out and you play a different football game in the second half. And it can't happen.
Neil Smith is back in the game. 2nd down and goal from the 1. Means no signal.
Boy, it sure looked like he was in there.
Yep. No signal yet from the officials. Will there be a late signal? Yes. Touchdown.
Looked like the whole Jacksonville offensive team was in the end zone.
Ty Halleck led the way with a block. And Baselli gets into it with Mike Lodish.
And Alfred Williams is his counterpart most of the game.
Size of this offensive line, they couldn't even see Means.
And when Natron gets lost, you're talking about getting lost amongst them, some big people.
So the penalty on Gordon is a huge one on 3rd and 3, and then it pays off, does the drive, with this Means bulling into the end zone.
And by that angle, into the end zone relatively easily.
Mike Hollis for the point after. And so the Jacksonville Jaguars have scrambled back into the game with a long drive. 5:09 left in the first half. Denver 21, Jacksonville 7.
AT&T, it's all within your reach, presents It's My Game.
Forecast for Denver. Snow by kickoff time at Mile High. Should be 7 to 8 inches of the white stuff. Shannon Sharp, watch your footing. Could be a little treacherous out there. Okay, you see these swirling northwest winds? Don't expect John Elway to be throwing to that. No, instead the Broncos will be giving the ball to Terrell Davis. Should be a defensive battle. Late field goal will win it. That's it for weather. And now to sports.
2 hours? All right.
Search to find the true face of God. Tonight, the search is over. John Denver and George Burns. Oh, God. ABC tonight.
The Jacksonville Jaguars began that last drive without a single first down in the game until that point. And Greg Robinson's defense had barely been on the field until that last drive. John Elway has guided his team to 3 touchdowns, but Jacksonville gets back into the game as Hollis kicks off for the Jaguars, and it's a ground ball that winds up in the end zone and is down there by Hebron.
Almost eerie in talking to Tom Coughlin last night. He said, we just kind of are planning on them getting ahead of us early because that's the way they play. They come out, pick up the momentum, and they particularly play that way here in Denver, and it's almost kind of eerie that he came up with that. And now they come back and they get themselves back into the game.
They've had the lead in every game this season, including the Monday night game in San Francisco when they were leading 10-0. And by the time that one was done, they were a 34-17 loser, and Terrell Davis had a separated shoulder.
I'm not sure he saw himself behind 21-0.
No. First down from the 20-yard line. Elway with a lot of time, and underneath hits Terrell Davis for a short gain, tackled by Hardy. Might have seen himself down 12-0, but not 21-0.
Maybe a touchdown or something like that.
Davis laughing because he had to catch that ball in self-defense.
Did you
Elway
see the block
deep downfield?
Watch the block on the left side by Howard Griffith as he just jackhammers Brian Schwartz, the middle linebacker. Now that is the way a fullback is supposed to step up and create a pocket for his quarterback.
On 2nd and 8, Davis again.
When a running back gets over 1,700 yards and has a year like Terrell Davis has had here in Denver, it's just like Emmitt Smith in Dallas. Go to the fullback and give that guy a whole lot of credit. And instead of Moose Johnston in Dallas here, it's Howard Griffith. This guy is a ball player.
3rd down and 5, and again on 3rd down, sometimes 3rd down stats are irrelevant. In this particular case, extremely relevant.
They do it again with 4 wides.
9 for 9, 3rd and 5.
The 5th one if you count Shannon Sharp, and that's what he is.
Elway throws.
Got to hold it
for 10, but
you got to hold it.
Smith.
It's coming back.
And Wayne Weaver, the owner of the Jaguars, at first frustrated by what he saw, but he'll be a lot happier after this call that will probably go against Mark Schlereth.
It's really tough. It's only a 4-man rush by the Jaguars.
69 on the offense. That's the 10-yard penalty. Still third down.
It's a matchup you got to like as an offensive lineman. It's just 5. It's your 5 against their 4 when you're in that 5 receiver spread. But just the fact that Mark Schlereth is out on the field is quite a performance. There he is on the left, number 69. You see he gets the left arm on the outside of Joel Smengi. And that brought flags from 2 different directions.
Schlereth has had 20 surgeries since high school. The last one for a disc.
I think 11 on the left knee and 5 on the right knee.
Unbelievable.
That is.
3rd and 15, and Elway throws, and Willie Green made the catch, but they're going to say no. He never had possession. The ball was jarred loose. Aaron Beasley smacked them, and it's 4th down.
And Elway was drilled.
What a great throw on the part of John Elway. He knew he was going to get creamed, and he hit his receiver right in stride.
He got creamed by Simmons.
He knew he was going to get this. Threw off balance, still had enough on it, and gets the ball to Willie Green. Willie Green tried to tuck it away, but he takes a shot from Beasley, and he never had control.
Keep in mind, you have to demonstrate possession, and in the NFL nowadays, that involves getting both feet on the ground with possession of the football, and Green didn't get close.
Delay the game on the offense. 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
On 4th and 15, a delay again takes them back to the 10. Rick Dennison is the special teams coach.
Jacksonville should get this ball in real good field position.
Shanahan worked up.
Well, he realizes, as Frank said, Jacksonville's probably going to get good field position. Plenty of time.
Tom Ruin into that swirling wind, and it's a floater. Barlow fields at the 44 and gets taken down at the 49-yard line by Randy Hilliard.
Well, what a play by Hilliard. Came around the block to make the stop and get the max out of that punt.
That was Denver's first kick. 3 minutes remaining now in the first half.
A whole lot of things swirling about around Ruin, and once he gets that ball away, trips and stumbles over his own guy.
Once a punter sees that he can get the ball away, he'll take the ball from anyone. His old man, he'll try and draw the penalty, and then you see the extracurricular things that go on.
Well, Dave Thomas just falls on top of Ruin and says, hey, I got him.
Yep.
I think there are more dangerous people to block than the punter.
1st and 10 from the 49-yard line. Little swing pass out here to James Stewart. Nice tackle from behind. Alfred Williams grabs him.
Well, that was really nice hustle by Alfred Williams because he's cut to the ground by Baselli. It's Baselli's responsibility to get his hands down so you can complete the pass. A lot of defensive linemen just end up staying on the ground. Alfred hops right up, hustles back in. Watch here in the bottom. Baselli's going to cut Williams right there. He gets his hands down. Alfred, who never went all the way to the ground, that's just nice hustle getting back into the play by Williams.
2nd down and 7. Jags have all of their timeouts and the 2-minute warning. Into traffic intended for Mitchell, but covered by Gordon and Mobley as well. It'll be 3rd down.
Mobley all over the field once again for Denver. Had a great year. Didn't make the Pro Bowl. A lot of people wonder why he didn't. 4 sacks. He had an interception for a touchdown. He had 3 forced fumbles. The fumble recovery. He did it all. The leading tackler. And he is so quick. He is all over the field.
Yet he made the AP All-Pro team, which is quite an honor.
He made the Monday Night All-Pro team.
And some vindication for John Mobley.
3rd and 7 from the 48-yard line. And it is deflected, intended for Jimmy Smith.
I think Gordon might have got it.
Darian Gordon coming in, got a hand on it. Very unusual fall in that circumstance.
Well, it's a very effective corner blitz called by Greg Robinson. Gordon's lined up on the slot receiver and comes.
Well, it's a hokey little screen out to the outside flanker with a one-man blocker in front of it. And it is destructed right here. Darian Gordon coming on the blitz, spots it and goes up and bats it away.
Good adjective for that screen, a hokey little screen. Barker Line drive kick fielded by Gordon at the 14-yard line, and Darian Gordon comes all the way back out to the 28-yard line as we reach the 2-minute warning. So Elway takes over, trying to extend the lead. 2 minutes to go in the half. Denver 21, Jacksonville 7. This is our last telecast for a while, but we're back with you on Sunday, February 1st. The end of the season, the Pro Bowl from Honolulu, which begins this year at 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Brett Favre will be there. John Elway will be there.
Mark Grinnell's going there.
Yep.
5 reps from either team playing here today.
First half possessions, 3 touchdowns and a punt for Denver. Now possession 5. Elway has all of his timeouts. 2 minutes to go. Inside give. Terrell Davis slips through the opening and is taken down at the 32-yard line after a gain of 5. Took a big hit. Beasley and Brackens converge on the tackle with 148 ticking down.
Well, if Terrell hops up from that,
shaking his head a little bit, but he did hop up.
With an intact shoulder, it is all right. That was a major collision between Brackens and Davis at the conclusion of that play.
Davis, 19 carries in the first half. Second down and 4. And now his 20th carry. A first down as he takes it out to the 43. Chris Hudson hits him.
Boy, that's the type of run.
Are you sure, Al?
After he was the hittee.
Yeah, I was going to say, you might want to rephrase that.
Yeah, that's the kind of running, though, that can take a life right out of a team. Just bowling over tacklers that could have kept him short of the first down.
They take the life out of Hudson. Number 37 was on the receiving end. He gets credit for a tackle.
Did you get that license plate? He was really hammered.
That is a statistical term. This is a remarkable performance by Terrell Davis, that he has already touched the ball 23 times in the first half of play. A guy that coming into this game, questionable how effective he was going to be. Not only is he effective, he is punishing as well.
Chris Hudson really took a shot. He'll think twice next time.
First and 10 after Denver's first timeout from the 43. Broncos up by 14. Elway under pressure, loses the football, and is able to find it and recover it himself back at the 33-yard line.
Now that'll be a sack. John Elway back to throw, getting stripped of the football, and lost it for a minute, didn't find it. And luckily, nobody from Jacksonville saw it quickly either.
He takes a Major League Denver bounce. Is that his own man?
I don't think so. One of the Jaguars stripped it. Is it Smingy right there?
Smingy?
Yeah.
Yep. Got a hand in there.
Got a hand, reached in and pulled it out.
Second down and 19, back to the ground. And this time Davis doesn't go very far. Clyde Simmons hog-ties him at the 36-yard line. And now Jacksonville's going to take a timeout. It's just going to be third down and long for Denver. So the Jaguars take the timeout. Davis has now carried 21 times. The record for most carries in a postseason game is shared by Ricky Bell of Tampa Bay in 1979 and John Riggins of the Redskins in the Super Bowl following the 82 season. They each carried 38 times. Davis 21 carries in the first half.
What Tom Coughlin has to do with his ball club when he gets in there at halftime is talk to them about how we have not taken advantage of our field position. They've had the ball 4 times, and their touchdown drive started with their worst field position back at their own 21-yard line. They had the ball at their own 30, 3 and out, a punt. They had it at their own 49, 3 and out, a punt. They started at the Denver 49, 3 and out, and a punt. They have had their opportunities from a field position standpoint and done nothing with it.
Third down and 18, and no play. Whistles before the snap. Shannon Sharp was moving.
That's one of our pet peeves, Frank. Flexed out like that.
No reason in the world.
False start. Number 84 on the offense. That's a 5-yard penalty. Still third down.
You're looking in at the ball, but it happens.
He's split out about 3 or 4 yards from his offensive tackle in the bottom left of your screen. There's Shannon Sharp.
Looking at the ball all the way.
That's just a loss of concentration.
Elway on 3rd down. But this is the first time he's faced a 3rd and 23.
Not only has he completed 6 out of 7, but every one of those 6 completions went for a first down.
They have to get to the Jaguar 47 to convert. Elway slides to a stop at the 28, and now Jacksonville takes the timeout with 27 seconds remaining.
John Elway playing it very conservative there. He didn't want to turn it over, give Jacksonville the ball at midfield again.
Maturity is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
Yeah, there were times that he would have been hurtling over Jacksonville Jaguars.
Exactly right.
Throwing his body into the path of everything.
That ball might have been flying across the middle of the field trying to complete a dangerous pass that might make the highlight reel, either of your team or theirs.
Yet he's coming off one of his best seasons ever, the most touchdowns he's ever had on a season. Quarterback rating 87.5, and for John that represents about, I think, the 3rd highest of his career.
So Brunell's going to take over. He has 1 timeout, and they have the Pro Bowl kicker in Mike Hollis if they can work themselves into field goal range. Tom Ruin to punt. Reggie Barlow back to accept it. And the ball dies in the wind, but takes a good Denver bounce. A great Denver bounce under the circumstance, and the Broncos just wait and wait and wait.
And the clock runs and runs and runs.
Dead. Yep, 17 seconds.
Yep.
On that play.
That's as perfect as it could be for Denver.
Just about everything working against Jacksonville here in the first half.
So Larry Pasquale, the special teams coach. They had Barlow back there, but Barlow couldn't come up to make the catch because the wind knocked it down. And now instead of looking for a play that gets them into field goal range, I would suspect they'll just run out the clock.
I think we all came into this game wondering how Terrell Davis was going to be. Dan touched on it right at the very top of the show. We know how he is.
Who saw this coming?
Davis, 21 carries, 83 yards in the half. 3 touchdown drives out of the blocks for the Broncos. And at the half, the Denver Broncos lead the Jacksonville Jaguars 21-7 at Mile High Stadium. From Denver, we go to New York now, and Chris Berman. Chris.
All right, Al, thank you. And coming up on our Lexus halftime report, Boomer Esiason and I will talk about this game, a look at a family affair at the Rose Bowl, and a look back at that wild first game as the Vikings authored one of the biggest comebacks in playoff history. All that after this message and a word from our ABC station.
Island.
The Lexus Halftime Report. Brought to you by Lexus. The future of Lexus is here. Fasten your seatbelts. Once again, live from our New York studio, Chris Berman and Boomer Esiason.
First game, wild. The Vikings beat the Giants 23-22. Minnesota wins after being down 19-3 at the half, which is the 5th greatest comeback in playoff history. And the vaunted Giants defense surrendered 20 second-half points and bickered among themselves. Still, though, minute and a half to go, it was the Giants leading 22-13. And then Brandon Cunningham, 30 yards. Jake Reed in, out.
Little controversy here. This will be talked about all week here in New York.
Well, then that set up the onside kick. Chris Callahan oh, no. No, it's out of his hands. It's Chris Walsh. Falls on it. Vikings drive down the field, which sets up 10 seconds to go. 24-yard field goal. Eddie, Eat, Drink, and B. Murray. Dennis Green wins for the first in 5 tries in the playoffs. 23-22 Minnesota. Vikes at San Francisco on Saturday. They move on. Afterwards, the stunned Jesse Armstead spoke with our Leslie Visser.
It's so unusual to see players on the same team fighting among each other. What happened with your defense?
Well, you know, a few guys, you know, had a problem between each other, you know, arguing about what side to go on. You know, instead of arguing, just grab a man. Don't make no difference who you got to cover. You know, that's the only thing. And, you know, me being the leader, you know, I had to step in between it, you know, and, you know, cut everything down.
Well, it's still been a wonderful season. Thank you for stopping by, Jesse. Back to you, Boomer.
All right, Leslie, thank you. Great job hanging in by the Vikings because it did not look good.
Well, it really didn't look good. And when you look back at that game, you got to say, wow, to the Vikings defense. They're the ones that forced 5 field goals. As an offensive player, I'd love to have 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals. But unfortunately, that didn't happen for the Giants today. But really, you look at Randall Cunningham's game, another. In the first half, he was not very good. In the second half, he came back, and it's that old veteran quarterback perseverance. He's been in the wars, and he knows what's going on, and he hung tough.
I wonder if the youngest team in football, the Giants, might have played defense a little differently, up 8 rather than up 9 late. We'll never know.
Oh, boy, you're a Monday morning quarterback, aren't you? You have all the answers, just like all the media. You have all the answers.
Saturday afternoon quarterback. Well, we have plenty more coming up. When we return here at halftime, it'll be a very happy New Year's for the Greasy family from the Rose Bowl field to the Rose Bowl booth. We'll be back.
I'm the road to Canterbury. Hello, dear. Thank you. Of course, you Americans hate the rain. Oh, it's too wet and scary. Mommy won't let me come out and play.
The road is cold, and the 1998 ES 300 with front-wheel drive and available traction control will help you answer it.
Not bad, but you're on the wrong side of the road.
3 big bowls, 1 big bash, New Year's Day on ABC. First, it's Florida and Penn State in the CompUSA Florida Citrus Bowl. Then, undefeated Michigan goes for the national title. They meet Washington State in the Rose Bowl. And in prime time, it's Florida State and Ohio State in the Nokia Sugar Bowl. New Year's Day. New Year's Day on ABC. Monday Night Football is live on the web at abcmnf.com.
Hope you can be with us on New Year's Day for the Rose Bowl coverage beginning at 4:30 Eastern Time. Well, 25 years ago, the Miami Dolphins authored the NFL's only perfect season, finishing the task behind quarterback Bob Greasy at the LA Coliseum. On New Year's Day, across town at the Rose Bowl, his son Brian will attempt to author a perfect season as well for Michigan. And if they can beat Washington State, they could very well win the national championship. Bob will be watching from our broadcast booth. Here's Jimmy Roberts.
The son of a famous father who just might like to do the old man one better. You see it all the time, but this scenario has something of an odd twist.
Somebody's in there. Big play, Brian Greasy, keeping it alive, getting outside the pocket. Somebody's open, okay, I'm going to give it to him.
I know everybody out there is wondering how I can do this. I mean, I love my kid. There ain't no question about that. But my kid knows that I have a job to do also.
The truth is that he is up there with sweaty palms, barely being able to hold on to his pieces of paper.
Brian Greasy almost passed up playing this season. He could have graduated in June, but his brother convinced him to come back. On the line now, a national title and perhaps something more.
Before this season started, I had a couple of things on my kid here. I mean, I'm the only one in this family that had ever been to a Rose Bowl. I'm still the only one that ever won one.
Let's take care of that one.
It seems like a perfect situation, doesn't it? A perfect season, a chance at a national title with Dad along for the ride, sitting in the best seat in the house. But in fact, it's not exactly perfect because there's something missing. Mom. After a 6-year battle with breast cancer, Judy Greasy died when Brian was just 12.
When Judy died, and Brian was the only one home, Brian and I think, became much closer and much better friends because we had to. I leaned on him and he leaned on me.
Breakfast was their time together. Bob cooked, or as Brian says, he tried to.
Everybody talks about the perfect season and the Miami Dolphins 17-0 and how much of a perfectionist he is. So when I would come out and the eggs were broken and I'm running all over the plate, you know, I would be like, well, come on.
That was in the early days.
This is how they are. They spar about what's serious and what's superficial. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference.
It's obviously not really a rivalry between Michigan and Purdue because Michigan always wins. So.
When I was there, we beat them all 3 years.
But you never won the Big Ten championship, did you?
Oh, boy! Those terrible times when Bob burnt the toast and butchered the eggs left a loving imprint. More meaningful than a game they both love, a position they both share, or perfect championship seasons, which in the public eye might connect them.
More than anything else, we got along together because we depended on each other. He's my best friend without a doubt.
Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. Well,
Dennis Green's Vikings came back. What does Tom Coughlin tell the Jaguars down 21-7 at halftime?
Well, I'll tell you what. Tom Coughlin's saying, look, we scored points right at the end of the game. Don't worry. At the end of the half, don't worry about it. Let's calm down. They have big play personnel there. They can make it happen. This game is not over for a long shot.
Will it be deja vu all over again? 21-7, Denver at the half.
Crystal water turns to dark, where'er its presence leaves its mark, and boiling currents pound like drums when something wicked this way comes. Introducing the faster, sleeker, meaner GS Motor Trend Import Car of the Year.
The Lexus Halftime Report has been brought to you by Lexus in the new faster, sleeker, meaner GS. We'll be back with the second half kickoff after this message from the NFL and a word from our ABC stations.
The medal is funny, you know. It has its own personality. It's like a jigsaw puzzle, right? You had to study it and fit it and figure it out, you know. What's bigger than the Super Bowl, tell me? Millions and millions of people watch it, right? That's the biggest thing of my life. After it's polished up, the trophy, right? We didn't even breathe on it. That's got to be perfect. You know what I'm always afraid of? When they all hold it and everything. I said, gee, don't drop it, please. Look at me. See? Get goosebumps. What a feeling, I tell you.
Yeah.
What's going on? Good evening, I'm Hugh Downs.
And I'm Barbara Walters. Check it out.
Mondays are all new on ABC starting 1 week from Monday.
We're a team that cares what it means to you.
'Cause it's our home too.
Join ABC6 for breakfast with your neighbors. You bring the issues, ABC6 brings the coffee and donuts. Join Margie O'Brien for a lively discussion every Wednesday on ABC6 in the morning. If you'd like us to come to your neighborhood, write, call, or send us an email at abc6.com. Breakfast with your neighbors, Wednesdays on ABC6 in the morning, brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts, home of freshly baked bagels.
New England Tech's Tuition Freeze. Your chance to lock in this year's tuition for programs beginning next year. Call New England Tech at 467-7744.
It's the season for Old St. Nick.
The smell of pine.
Al Michaels, Frank Gifford, Dan Deerdorf, and Lynn Swan at Mile High Stadium. John Elway is loosening up, but Mark Brunell will get the ball first because Jacksonville to receive and Jason Elam to kick off. And a floating short kick taken at the 16-yard line by Reggie Barlow. Straight up the middle into Denver territory. And the second half begins with a big run back forced out by Tim McKyer. And down at one point 21-0 and now 21-7. And with their personnel, and Tom Coughlin doesn't look like he's necessarily a happy man, but he's so intense and so into it that this team with a ton of time and the right people to make things happen.
Great field position. I think they have all the confidence. I don't think they were shaken up by the fact they got down 21-0 because they knew they could come back. They talked about it yesterday. They maybe would get down. Denver does that, and they get off to great starts, and here they are.
58-yard run back. And out of the I formation. And it's Natron Means, and it's a good time to go back to the running game and bring it inside the 25 to the 23-yard line.
Yeah, in reality, for Tom Coughlin right now, he's got to treat this as a nothing ball game. He can't act like he's 14 points behind. And just, again, the score reflects the complete domination by the Denver Broncos. 246 yards of offense in one half is just super.
Second down and 6, and the Jaguars, because they were trailing early, only 18 yards on the ground. But now Natron Means with his second run takes it to the 20-yard line. It'll be third down and 3.
And Denver has had problems during the course of the year handling big backs. And you're right, if I'm Chris Palmer, I keep coming at them here with Natron Means. They only have to cover 20 yards here, and you saw that yardage disparity. They've only got to cover 20 yards here to make this a one-touchdown football game. That's more than anybody who's rooting for Jacksonville could ask for.
Big third down play, 3rd and 3 at the 20-yard line. Blitz, Brunell throws, but the pass is incomplete. Would have been short anyway had McCardell been able to hold on.
It was short, he couldn't handle it. And now what will Jacksonville do? They leave Mark Brunell on the field on 4th down. Now they rethink it, and out comes the kicking unit. For a moment, well, I think Tom thought about going for it, changed his mind. And it was a good decision.
Mike Hollis, he'll go to the Pro Bowl. But that's the second time in a row on a key third down play that Jacksonville has come up short. This is a 38-yarder. Hollis kicks it off the upright, and it bangs through. Karam shot from 38. They pick up 3, and the Denver lead is now down to 11.
How fast? But inside.
Vaughn Hebron back to receive the kick for the Denver Broncos as they get the ball for the first time in the second half. 13:33 left in the third. The Broncos leading 21-10. Mike Hollis. Hebron drops it at the 1 and picks it up at the 3. And gets tackled up at the 15-yard line. And let's get an update from Lynn Swan. Lynn.
Well, Al, I talked to Tom Coughlin as he came out for the second half, and he said in the first half, his entire team, offensively and defensively, were unsettled. He said they weren't into that game. He said he wished he could take back a couple of plays that were called. He should have run the ball a little bit more. He said coming out in the second half, they're going to try and do the things that were successful for them on the touchdown drive. The short passes, he believes Mark can throw the ball deep down the field, even with the wind. Al?
All right, a promising beginning, Lynn, to that first drive, but it ended with a field goal. And now Davis picks up where he leaves off in the first half, up to the 22-yard line on his 22nd rush of the afternoon.
Yeah, what a shocking turn of developments that they'd handed off to Terrell Davis.
Well, you know that the defensive unit for Jacksonville, and Dan and Al, talked about different ways to stop Terrell Davis, and you got to fill every gap with this guy. or you're not going to stop. And you know that was their prime consideration when they came back out. For him on the very first play to rip off 7 yards, that's got to hurt.
Well, they have got to walk Travis Davis up to the line of scrimmage. They have got to get their safeties involved. And, of course, that leaves them open to the play action.
Davis picks up the first down, 5 more yards, now has 95 on the afternoon. First down. This wild card playoff game is being brought to you by Lay's. Make your lunch special with Lay's. Nissan, who reminds you that life is a journey, enjoy the ride. And Miller Lite, now official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Dick Duran has no choice now but to put at least 8. And in that last play, he had 9 people relatively close to the line of scrimmage. At some point in time, John Elway has got to test the deep post off a play action.
Free play for John. Yep. As it was Brian Schwartz coming across the line.
Jacksonville on the blitz, mistimed the count, and they'll get the offsides.
Referee Bernie Kukar.
Offside on the defense, number 58, up to 5-yard penalty, still first down.
First and 5. Now the winner of this game will have to wait until tomorrow's AFC game between New England and Miami is over to know where they are going.
Here comes the blitz. Schwartz just mistiming it.
Winner of this game will either go to Pittsburgh or Kansas City. If Miami wins tomorrow, the winner of this game will go to Pittsburgh. Otherwise, if New England wins, they go to KC. Elway throws, and Sharp can't one-hand it. He was covered by the linebacker, Kevin Hardy.
Well, he was covered well. It made John put him in a position of having to throw the perfect pass rather than risk the interception. And Kevin Hardy had pretty good coverage on Sharp, who is still not caught a football today.
And it's really a matchup that, you know, Mike Shanahan and Gary Kubiak wanted.
Love it.
Shannon Sharp locked up in man coverage all the way with Hardy.
Well, look at Hardy. He's right there forcing John to throw the perfect pass if he's going to get a completion.
And he lost his shoe. Sharp threw a shoe on the play and comes out now, and Dwayne Carswell comes in. Second down and 5.
Shoeless Shannon Sharp.
It's Terrell Davis with his shoes on and everything else working in full and good order today to the 39-yard line.
Big play off a blitz defense. Once again, Denver blocking it out really well. And we have a Jaguar slow getting up.
Brian Schwartz. Meanwhile, Sammy Winder with 102 yards in a playoff game against New England. That has been the Denver postseason record. And Terrell Davis right now at 102. Tying the mark with 11:21 to go in the third quarter. There's an NFL playoff act brought to you by Prudential. Just one team has beaten the same opponent on the road in postseason play in consecutive years. Washington at Chicago in '86 and '87. That's something the Jaguars are trying to accomplish today. And in '87, as Brian Schwartz is okay, and he's off for this play, and so is Clyde Simmons. In '87, the Skins went on to win the Super Bowl. Now Elway on 1st and 10 throws. Caught by Sharp, who's been pretty quiet to this point today. That's his first catch.
Skins went on to win that Super Bowl by beating Denver.
Yep. After Denver had a 10-0 lead.
Super Bowl 22, I believe,
right
at the then Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego.
This ball delivered to Shannon Sharp. It only picked up about 4 yards on the play, but after it was over, John Elway walked over to him, and they both kind of high-fived it. I think they realize they've got something started now. It's his first reception.
Second down and 4. Davis to the 47, setting up a 3rd and 2. Payne and Robinson converge on the tackle.
Shannon Sharp, the leading receiver for the Broncos. And it makes sense that Jacksonville has tried to take him out of the game, but they've gone back to covering him with a linebacker, and I got a feeling we're going to see a lot of him here in the second half. To work on his shoe problem.
3rd down and a short 2. Davis juggled it and gets popped back at the line of scrimmage by Brian Schwartz, who is out for a play, comes back in and makes a very big play here.
Now the best tackle of the day for Jacksonville defensively, not only stopping Denver from getting a first down, but making a bit of a statement as well. That was simply a sensational play for a middle linebacker. Watch him scrape. There's his fullback out front, right into the hole. That's his hole. And boy, not often do you see Terrell Davis go backwards after the contact is made.
Tom Ruin has it blocked. And not only is it blocked, Travis Davis came up with the ball. An amazing play.
I don't think that ball ever touched the ground.
I don't think so either. He blocked it and caught it. Unbelievable.
Huge play for Jacksonville.
I don't think I have ever seen a ball come off the punter's foot and just stick in the midsection of the guy that blocked it.
I think you used the operative word, Dan. It just stuck in there. It came right off the foot.
That looked like it was a Velcro stuck to Travis Davis's stomach. He's going to come in on the left side. He comes in right up the middle, untouched. And that ball never did touch the ground. Will you look at that?
Bounced off his chest, and he caught it.
First of all, a complete blow by the Denver punt team, allowing a guy to come up the middle untouched. Rick Dennison has to be out of his mind.
Mike Hollis for the point after. Ruin did not have a punt block during the entire regular season. 9:16 left in the third. How about this one? At one point, 21-0. Right now, 21-17.
Well, here's how the ball sticks to Travis Davis. It's going to bounce off the right forearm right there of punter Tom Ruin, right back to Travis Davis. So that was a very fortunate deflection off the forearm of Ruin right back to Davis, but still horrible blocking by Denver up front to let Davis run loose up the middle.
Hollis's kickoff. Hebron from the 3-yard line. And Vaughn Hebron reignites the Broncos. Out of bounds at the Jaguar 45.
Hebron was questionable before today's game. They made him come out and run sprints 2 hours before the game to determine whether he was even going to suit up or not. Two key special teams plays during the third quarter.
Another look at the blocked punt by Travis Davis. Ruin never had a chance. You can't do much about a guy that comes up the middle completely untouched. And in a game where they are being dominated in so many respects, Jacksonville only less than a touchdown behind. This is some turnaround.
51-yard run back. Elway throws. And it will be 2nd and 10, intended for Rod Smith. Of late, one of Jacksonville's problems has been, coming down the stretch in the regular season, coverage on kickoffs.
And Denver's problem has been blowing leads, having leads. And you can't tell me that every guy in a Denver uniform right now doesn't have some nagging doubt about what the heck is going on out here. Leads against the 49ers, against the Steelers, against the Chiefs.
Elway surveys and hits Davis on a swing pass. He's ridden down at the 40-yard line. Tackle made by Robinson, and it will set up a 3rd down and 4.
One of the reasons that Davis has so many receptions, over 40 on the year, he has good hands. Not only is he a terrific running back, this guy can catch the football. That was a spin around and a fine catch. Brian Schwartz, we saw him earlier go off the field, came back and made a terrific 3rd down stop. He's back on. Perfectly all right.
3rd down 4. 8.5 to go in the 3rd. Elway throws, and that's incomplete, intended for Green.
There's the
flag, and there comes the flag. Dave Thomas.
Thomas celebrating a little too early. Just wait till it's over, Dave.
This flag came in from about 20 yards downfield. Anytime there's only one flag thrown, the conference asking everybody else what they saw.
It's a hold against Jacksonville, automatic first.
Number 41 on the defense. That's a 5-yard penalty and a first down.
Well, Dave Thomas had a grip on Willie Green's jersey, even though he had inside help.
When you look at it from that angle, that's exactly what the official down the field saw, and no question that he held it.
Meanwhile, that Travis Davis block was such a shocking development when you think about it. And if Coughlin did, it probably should have gone for 2 points to make it 21-18. First and 10 from the 35. Travis, this is Davis, Terrell Davis, stopped by Travis Davis, but not until he picks up the first down.
Yeah, I guess, Al, what he's thinking is what stage of the ball game it is, and maybe that's not as important. You know, when we're still not even halfway through the third quarter.
This is what you call your basic north and south. He's not, Terrell Davis not even thinking about veering right or left.
But when you look at that chart that says whether to go for 1 or to go for 2, certainly when you're down by 5, it's to go for 2.
By 4 points, by 5 at 21-16. Davis takes the ball to the 20-yard line.
He's just pounding his own men out of his path. Sometimes when you're the lead blocker, like Howard Griffith is, and a good one of the best around, you take kind of a bruising from your own man. Eddie Robinson with a face mask in on Terrell Davis that goes unflagged.
Going to be 2nd down and 6, and Bernie Kukar is signaling for a momentary timeout while they fix the chain. Only as strong as its weakest link.
Very important drive for Denver. Dan touched on it a moment ago. They'd have to be wondering a little bit. They've been giving up leads in almost practically every game they have played down the stretch. Now, if they can come right back from a bad break like that block punt, put some points up there, they'll get a lot of their confidence back.
2nd down and 6. Griffith. And he has a first down out of bounds at the 12-yard line.
Yeah, Terrell Davis has run all over this field. He's caught passes. That time he picked up 2 men and gave John Elway a chance to throw the football. He's some football player.
He picked them up and put them down.
He just picked them both up, though, and dropped them. Watch this now. Watch number 30. To give John Elway a chance. Griffith gets and misses his man. Or actually, he's the receiver. He was taking a block coming out of the backfield. Terrell Davis made a terrific block.
First down. Davis puts his head down. Burrows to the 8-yard line, tackled by Brian Schwartz.
Boy, how discouraging this is to a defense. Special teams have gotten them back into the ball game, gotten them close, and now Denver has come back out and just taken command once again offensively.
Boy, Mark Schlereth, number 69, he can barely make it back to the Broncos huddle. He of the many operated on body parts. He's hobbling.
And had the recent disc surgery. 2nd down and 7 from the 9. Look out from the corner. The ball is loose. It was Chris Hudson who jarred the football loose, and Jacksonville has it.
Once again, they make the play.
Elway fumbles for the 2nd time of the game, and the rookie Ronaldo Wynn, their top draft choice from Notre Dame.
And John's still down. John Elway.
He's hurt.
Oh. He does not see this coming from the blind side. Chris Hudson. A good job of not spearing Elway. Hits him with his chest.
And Elway up and walking off.
Hello, America. Sunday Night Football? No problem. Starting January 5th, 2020 comes to Monday nights, too.
Join Hugh Downs and me for 2020, Monday.
They work on John Elway. Bubby Brister is their number 2 quarterback. Meanwhile, Jacksonville at one time down 21-0 has the ball down by 4 from the 20-yard line. There was action along the line, but no flag, and it's caught up at the 32-yard line by Jimmy Smith. Jimmy Smith and Keenan McCardell, a great tandem, 2 years running now.
Ray Crockett almost got there, went for the interception. He was kind of slow getting up. I don't know whether the offensive people upstairs for Jacksonville saw that, but he was a little wobbly.
That Elway fumble was the first turnover of the game. Natron Means now slips a tackle in the backfield, and Means pulls his way to the 47-yard line. Braxton and Romanowski combined to stop him.
Remember last year, 140 yards for Natron Means in this game. Missed tackles. Darian Gordon had a shot at him. They don't take him down low. Not if you're the size of Darian Gordon.
No, but you saw that was a good job by Means of finishing that run. He finished it by knocking two Denver guys over backwards.
14-yard run. Brunell over the middle, wide open over the middle was Damon Jones, the rookie tight end to the 16-yard line. A kid out of Southern Illinois who scored a touchdown last week at Oakland.
And little or no pass rush on the part of Denver. Brunell would look from one receiver to another until finally Damon Jones came open. The worried look of head coach Mike Shanahan.
Worried and shocked.
Look at this protection. And Jones wide open.
From the 16-yard line.
Brunell changing it at the line of scrimmage.
Still has a lot of time on the play clock and then fumbles the ball. And the Denver Broncos, Alan Aldridge comes up with it.
You'll believe this. A fumble exchange.
That's what's hard to understand. This is no blindside sack. Oh, mistakes like that in a playoff game.
Dave Weidel, the snapper, the center, a former Bronco.
Well, the snap appears to hit Mark Brunell right in the hands. Brunell didn't appear to be ready for it.
And Weidel didn't have a difficult line to the man he was going to block. Just almost straight ahead.
I'm wondering if that snap was early. I'm wondering if that was early because it didn't look like the entire Jacksonville offensive line was getting off on the ball.
And that would mean Brunell was not ready for it.
It didn't look like Mark Brunell was prepared for that snap.
They had changed the play, and Weidel may have blown the snap count.
From the 16-yard line, Elway in the game, back in the game, and it's Griffith. And he's taken down by Kevin Hardy.
And that ball's on the ground.
Jaguars did look confused before the play, or at least listening to Brunell, and then the confusion developed.
Remember, right before we pick it up here, he's changed the play.
Now let's watch the get off.
They're all changing it along the line of scrimmage now.
But let's look at the other offensive linemen. Do they get off on the snap?
Well, Weidel even turned, I think, to Brunell.
No, that was an early snap. His right guard, Tilsky, Searcy, the right tackle, still down in their stance.
No question.
After the ball was snapped.
Second down and 9 from the 17-yard line. Blitz is picked up beautifully. Catch is made by McCaffrey. He gets wrestled down at the 26, a little short of the first down. He was wrestling for that first, but it appears to be third down and inches.
McCaffrey stretched for it, all 6'5" of him, but he comes up a little bit short, I believe. Again, Denver picking up the blitz, giving Elway time to throw the football. And we have been told Elway just had the wind knocked out of him momentarily, and he's fine. And they'll bring the sticks out. But a good pickup on the part of the offensive line. McCaffrey now battles. He knows where he has to go for the first down, and he comes up a little short.
3rd and 6 inches. What do you think John's getting in his ear right now?
Number 30.
Be pretty surprising if it wasn't.
Earlier in his career, maybe a quarterback sneak. John's big, 6'3", 215. But when you got a Terrell Davis, you want to put the football in his hands.
Clock starts again, 2:40 left in the third. Broncos up by 4. Davis. Out to the 29-yard line. The move to change.
See, we could be offensive coordinators.
Absolutely.
We're all over this thing.
Not a problem. Did you see him plant that foot, though? He saw a little bit of a gap. Again, he's 210. He plays like he's 240. Plans with the right foot. Saw a little bit of a gap. There's no way he was not going to get a first down.
A 6th-round draft choice in '95. A whole lot of production from a 6th-rounder.
He's not as pretty as Barry Sanders to watch run, but he is certainly one effective running back.
Detron Smith is in at fullback, and he'll lead the way for Davis. And Davis with a big hole. Terrell Davis off to the races. Inside the 30. Finally dragged down at the 13-yard line.
I take it back. He looks like Barry Sanders.
And you know what, Terrell? Just stay there for a while. You got a right to be tired.
Detron Smith, who's playing in place of the dinged Howard Griffith, the backup fullback with the block to spring him. 59 yards.
And Davis deserves the break.
Again, look at the lead block by Smith. The outstanding blocking by his offensive line. Terrell Davis, to this point, not even touched by anybody on Jacksonville's defense, as they have been doing for the majority of the game. This Bronco offensive line and the lead back, whether it be Detron Smith or Howard Griffith, most of the time, has just been outstanding on the running game.
That's 31 carries for Terrell Davis. Questionable coming in to some degree, not on the part of the Broncos. They told us he was 100% and they were going to go with him.
And we're still in the 3rd quarter, Frank.
I know.
He's on 31 carries.
That last carry, 59 yards, the longest in the postseason history of the Broncos. Broke his own mark, 47, last year against the Jaguars.
You know, the cardiovascular conditioning and shape that you have to be in to handle the ball 35 times at a mile altitude in not even 3/4 of football. This is a remarkable physical performance by Terrell Davis here today.
And it's not the proverbial mile, it's exactly 5,280 feet from the 13-yard line.
That's motion on the Broncos.
Detron Smith.
Flag down.
That time Smith obviously blowing the snap count.
But it is hard for the average layperson to understand
Illegal motion.
the kind of shape that a man like Terrell Davis has pounded his body into over the years to be able to do something like this here today. There's a lot more to it than just wanting to do it here today. That's years of work in the weight room and on the treadmill and out on the track paying off.
And he hasn't really been able to do that much over the past 12 days either. He was hurt just 12 days ago in our Monday night game. Slightly separated shoulder. What a performance.
First down and 15 from the 18-yard line. Derek Lavelle is in the backfield. He gets taken down by Ronaldo Wynn at the 15-yard line.
Let's go 30.
2nd and 12, and Davis is on his way back into the game.
And the Broncos are going to have to run a play. The play clock is about 2 seconds ahead of the game clock, so they can't just allow the 3rd quarter to expire.
The wind has really quieted, much to the relief of both quarterbacks, I'm sure.
On 2nd and 12 from the 15. A little toss and an errant toss, and the Jaguars appear to have covered the football, and they do.
Denver doing everything they can do to keep Jacksonville in this game.
Dave Thomas recovers it.
2 consecutive possessions, turning the ball over deep in Jacksonville territory.
And this is the first time I've seen this on part of Denver. It's a little bit of a screen. They bring in Willie Green. He's part of it. They flip the lateral out to Terrell Davis. John Elway's fault there. That was behind him over his shoulder. And Jacksonville has it back.
Susie.
I guess the bad pitch by John Elway over the right shoulder of Terrell Davis. We've been spending the last couple minutes trying to figure out what that play was going to be, and we can't come up with it.
1 second left in the quarter, and Brunell slips and goes down, and it's a gift sack for Ma'a Tanuvasa. And that's the way the third quarter will end, in a wild one in Denver, where the Broncos at 1 point led 21-17. Pat Bowlen and Wayne Weaver. What an afternoon. 15 minutes left in regulation. And back we come to Denver after this from our ABC stations.
Boomers are suffering from back pain, but they're...
Tonight on ABC, the movie Oh God with George Burns and John Denver, and then The Practice in prime time tonight right here on ABC. We start the fourth quarter. Al Michaels, Frank Gifford, Dan Deeroff, Lynn Swan. It is second down and 18 for the Jaguars, and Brunell throws, and that's incomplete, intended for Keenan McCardell.
Delayed blitz on the part of Denver, and it hurried Brunell. John Mobley.
It was a heck of a job by Natron Means coming back and picking up Mobley. He kept Brunell from taking the hit.
Denver fans, Denver players have to remember the fourth quarter last year. An 8-minute and 32-second drive by Brunell and these Jaguars that put them up by 10 in the fourth quarter and really sealed that game.
Third and 18 from the gun. They have to get to the 36 to convert. The catch made at the 25 of McCardell. Tackled there, 4th and 11.
That's a smart call. Hopefully you're going to be able to break a tackle if you're a Jaguar player, but you don't do anything risky going for all of it. Get it picked off. You're well in this game. You got a lot of time left. You're 4 points down. Good safe call. Get the completion. Hope you can get the run afterwards. If they don't, they'll have to punt, but it's safe.
Brian Barker to punt, Darian Gordon to return it. Low, bad kick, but a very good Jacksonville bounce.
Another flag all the way across the field, I think.
At the
Is that a flag or a
I
piece
can't
of
tell. It's a flag. It's at the 27-yard line.
It's a flag. My eyes aren't that good.
It's at the line of scrimmage.
Ineligible man downfield against
well, they don't want that over.
Jacksonville.
I wouldn't think, would they? It's going to make them kick again.
Well, it ended up being a heck of a net on the punt because of the lack of a return.
46 yards.
Yeah.
Ineligible member of the kicking team, number 57, downfield. That's a 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
Well, we'll see if they made a wise decision.
Well, with a 46-yard net and Darian Gordon as your return guy, you got to make him kick again.
Right.
Larry Pasquale, the special teams coach, trying to explain to his head coach.
You persuaded me with the Gordon factor.
That's right.
3 returns for touchdowns this year by Darian Gordon. But the ball travels a long way here.
Barker's kick is another wobbly kick. The wind holds it up, and a good break for Denver.
What a great decision.
Immediately at the 47 by Rich Griffith. So Denver takes over in Jacksonville territory, up by 4.
Great decision.
Those that hide in plain sight.
They look pretty human to me.
Premiering in January. Prey. Thursdays on ABC.
New Year's Day on ABC, the CompUSA Florida Citrus Bowl. That's Florida against Penn State at 1 Eastern. Rose Bowl, Michigan and Washington State, the big one from Pasadena. Then at night, the Nokia Sugar Bowl, Florida State and Ohio State, all coming up. And then on February 1st, we'll be in Honolulu for the Pro Bowl to wrap up the season. Denver at the 48 of Jacksonville, and Derek LaVille is in the backfield. Elway slings one, caught by Sharp, and out of bounds at the 26-yard line.
Oh, what a beautiful pass by John Elway. What a great touch. He had to throw over linebacker Kevin Hardy, getting the ball to Sharp in front of the defensive back, and he had the perfect touch. And again, great protection for John. Watch him break out. Now he picks up coverage underneath in the form of Kevin Hardy. You don't see him right there. He also had the strong safety coming over, and Dave Thomas. A great touch by Elway. There it is. A good look.
First down of the 25. LaVille is the tailback. Detron Smith is the fullback. Derek LaVille through the middle with a big hole. Inside the 15 and the 10. Touchdown Broncos.
Well, the two previous drives, Denver didn't finish. They moved into Jacksonville territory. They made a mistake. This time, they finished big. Terrell Davis, we're being told, is in the Denver locker room. And in his absence, Derek LaVille gets it done.
That Denver offensive line just firing off. And a good move by LaVelle there. And then a sprint to the outside, getting away from Dave Thomas. And Denver goes up by more.
Elam for the point after.
Now, that was just another excellent example of tremendous work up front by the Broncos. And Pat Bowlen, the owner of the franchise, couldn't be happier.
Denver by 11.
This new tax law is going to affect every aspect of it.
The aerial photography being provided by Goodyear. A great shot right there. Mile High Stadium downtown in the background. And the Denver Broncos trying to advance in the AFC playoffs. Now up by 11 as Elam kicks off. Some confusion as to who is going to haul it in, and Mike Logan takes it and brings it back to the 20-yard line. Meanwhile, Terrell Davis in the locker room. They're telling us bruised ribs. He had that long run. Here was the end of that long run. Then he did come back in for one play. After that, the fumble.
He lands right on the football. Looked like he landed with the football. He just came down directly on top of it.
And that happens more frequently than you might think for running backs.
And his return is questionable.
He did come back in, though, as you say, Al, and felt that he was available to keep going.
In the meantime, LaVelle runs for the touchdown. From the 20-yard line, first down for the Jaguars. Natron Means nowhere. Keith Traylor the first to hit him, and John Mobley second for Greg Robinson's defense.
Well, this is where the Denver defense would like to step up. They have their ace running back in the locker room, off the field, and they need some defensive play.
Second and 10 from the Jaguar 20. Blitz. 7 men come, and the catch is made by McCardell at the 29-yard line. And I think they're going to give him forward progress across the 30 and a first down.
Good pickup on the blitz. McCardell just driving Darian Gordon back. Gordon again playing way off and setting up in the perfect spot for the first down.
And at this stage of the ball game, down by 11, these are the weapons that Mark Brunell has got to start using. Jimmy Smith and Keenan McCardell. Good use of the hands.
And a great spot for Jacksonville.
I'll tell you, about a yard.
Yeah.
He never got beyond the 30.
And that's the difference between a 3rd and 1 and a first down.
Yeah.
Fake the end around. Brunell is going to take off, then throw, and too high. Jimmy Smith working the sideline. 2nd and 10. Keith Traylor put the pressure on. This AFC wildcard game is being brought to you by Ford Explorer, because the world is too big to be left unexplored. Miller Lite, now official beer sponsor of the NFL. Circuit City, answers in every department, low prices all over the store. And Microsoft, where do you want to go today? One of these teams wants to go to Pittsburgh or Kansas City next week, and that's what they're playing for, advancement in the playoffs. That site to be determined after the Miami-New England game tomorrow. 2nd and 10. Brunell under pressure. Trevor Price got him, the rookie out of Clemson, who started his college career at Michigan, their #1 pick.
Darian Gordon, who has been a little erratic in the last few games for the Broncos, made a terrific play on Jimmy Smith. That is where Mark Brunell wanted to go. Smith with a little out looking for a first down, and Darian Gordon was right with him. Took Smith out of the play. Brunell had to run the ball.
3rd down 10. Earlier today, the Vikings overcame a 16-point Giant lead and won the game at the Meadowlands. Jacksonville in this one attempting to overcome a 21-point deficit at one point. And on 3rd down, the catch is made, and a flag is thrown. Romanowski popped Brunell, and that's going to cost Denver the opportunity to get the ball back, because the catch was made 6 yards shy of the first down.
Bill Romanowski comes right up the middle. I don't think he's even touched on his blitz.
Personal ball. Number 53 on the defense, roughing the passer. Blow to the head.
He grabs him by the helmet more than a blow to the head as he goes by, but you can't do that. And Romanowski demonstrating for the official there was nothing wrong with that play.
It wasn't a blow to the head as much as it was Romanowski in the air when he came down with his hand on the back of the shoulder pad, but once he had him by the head, drove him down. You know, I've seen a lot of those that didn't get called.
Here's Means, and that was a huge call because otherwise it would have been 4th down and 6.
We've seen quarterbacks take bigger hits than that don't get called for roughing the quarterback. Granted, there was contact between Romanowski's hand and Brunell's helmet. You can't argue that. How much contact was there? Well, depending whether you're rooting for Denver or Jacksonville, you can argue that a lot.
2nd down and 4. Short drop. Smith makes the catch. Forward progress at the 40. Good enough for a first down.
And each time the Broncos show blitz, Brunell either goes quickly on a checkoff to Jimmy Smith or he changes the play at the line of scrimmage. And they work against Darian Gordon. Let's take a look at that Romanowski call again. Nobody touched him coming up. Gets the left hand on the helmet. Well, I don't know. We've seen a lot worse.
Boy, the hand came down as gently as it could on the back of Brunell's head. He just kind of threw him to the ground with it.
From the 39, Brunell going deep. Great coverage, though, and picked off in the end zone by Gordon.
Gordon has been the target for Jacksonville all day long. He's had some bad games recently, particularly going back to the Pittsburgh game when Yancey Thigpen ate him alive. They've gone to him many times on the blitz. Here today, they tried to go on a deep pattern, and Darian Gordon picks it off.
Blanketed McCardell, and Denver gets the ball back, leading by 11. Mile High Stadium in Denver at dusk. Broncos leading 28-17. First down from the 20-yard line, and Shannon Sharp was in motion again.
Shannon Sharp having a rough go of it here today, getting the snap count down.
Number 84 on the offense. That's a 5-yard penalty, still first down.
3rd call against Sharp.
Started off the game with one, tossed one in the middle, and now comes up with another one in the 4th quarter. Skipped a quarter somewhere along the way.
1st and 15 from the 15. Derek Lavelle. And Lavelle, number 3 on the depth chart, looks like an old pro. All the way to the 32-yard line.
Well, when you see it happen with Terrell Davis, and you see it happen with both Derek Lavelle, the one conclusion you can draw is that the Denver offensive line is kicking the you-know-what out of Jacksonville up front. They are manhandling the Jaguars.
And their defense, Jacksonville, is playing like the 24th defense against the run of the National Football League.
They are just getting blown out up front. This is as good a performance as I've seen in a while by an offensive line and the lead blockers for the Denver Broncos.
1st and 10 at the 41. Lavelle again. So Terrell Davis, bruised ribs, back in the locker room. Vaughn Hebron, who had a hamstring pull in his practice this week, limited today to returning kicks. Derek Lavelle comes out of the bullpen, and in the meantime, Terrell Davis has emerged, and there he is, back on the bench.
Well, I think the Denver offense would like to look over and say, don't worry about it. We've got this under control.
For those of you at home keeping score, Tony Jones, Brian Habib, Tom Nalen, Mark Schlereth, and Gary Zimmerman, and lead blocker Howard Griffith or Detron Smith. They are getting it done, folks.
2nd and 7. Now Hebron comes into the game as the tailback takes the handoff, and Hebron takes it to the 32, and that's close to a first down, a little bit short. Halfway through the 4th quarter.
Precious seconds ticking off for Jacksonville.
Third down and 1. Hebron enough for the first down on the 31. And Elway now can be as masterful as you would expect somebody in his 15th year. Was a #1 draft choice to be. Move the ball, chew up the clock. Take the play clock down to 1 or 2 on every play.
And Dick Geron, the defensive coordinator of Jacksonville, has got to be running out of things to do. He's calling run blitzes. He's loading the line of scrimmage. He's walking up his safeties. And none of it is having much of an effect in stopping Denver's running game.
They're just being overpowered right at the line of scrimmage, Dan. You've touched on it, and it really is showing here in the 4th quarter.
270 yards on the ground, almost 7 yards a carry. Play clock went all the way down to 1, and Lavelle takes it to the 25 for a gain of 5. Davis looks at this. He wants back in there.
I'm trying to think of the last time I covered a football game where a team had 270 yards rushing.
And counting.
College.
276 now. I certainly can't recall it.
Oklahoma and Nebraska.
And to think that it's seriously, Frank, and to think it's happening in a playoff game. These members of the Denver offense, if they go on and win this game, they'll remember this for the rest of their lives.
2nd and 4. Lavelle has 84 yards on the ground and 6 carries. Derek again spins his way to the 20, and that's probably close enough to be measured.
And if he doesn't lose his footing, who knows where Lavelle ends up. Not sure he got knocked down by anyone in a Jacksonville uniform as much as he spun and just lost his footing.
We touched on it earlier about Derek Lavelle as we check out the measurement. Favorite of Mike Shanahan's when they were at San Francisco together.
You know, I just had one game come to mind. It was a Super Bowl we covered. A guy named Timmy Smith ran for over 200 yards, and it was against
the Denver Broncos on a day when Doug Williams went wild.
That's exactly right.
Williams was the MVP, and everybody forgets that Timmy Smith
at what, 206, 204?
I want to say 202, but we'll get it in a second. 204.
204.
Split the difference.
No, I said 204.
Oh, okay.
I said 206, 204.
Well, Frank didn't check in.
None of this splitting the difference.
3rd down and inches. Lavelle. And if he got to the 20-yard line, he's got it, and you can see where they're going to come in and mark it. That's going to be enough for a first down.
Inside the 20. The clock will continue to tick.
The game clock right now is frozen at 5:37. Kenny Wolf, our producer, is saying it should be about 4:57.
They'll keep the time on the field in that case.
Normally it works the other way. The home clock is running fast.
Maybe they tried to speed it up, Dan.
Maybe applied a little extra juice to it, and it popped the circuit. Now it's back clicking away at 4:27.
Okay.
Although the clock's not running, so
No, they'll reset it. Right. Gives us a chance to tell you this wild card game is being brought to you by Ford Explorer, because the world is too big to be left unexplored. Miller Lite, now official beer sponsor of the NFL. Circuit City answers in every department. Low prices all over the store. And Microsoft, where do you want to go today? Tomorrow, Sunday, NFL Countdown on ESPN starts the day. NFL Primetime ends the day. 2 playoff games tomorrow, of course, with Detroit meeting Tampa Bay and New England facing Miami. And again, if New England wins that game, they would go to Pittsburgh, and the winner of this game would go to Kansas City. If Miami wins that game, Miami goes to Kansas City, and the winner of this game would go to Pittsburgh.
I want to thank our offensive line down in the truck today. Kenny Wolf producing, Craig Janoff directing.
All pro.
All pros, all world. You guys have had 300 yards rushing today.
As always, from the 29-yard line, Derek Lavelle for a couple. Clock is now official again, 4:40 and counting down. Broncos led at one point, 21-0. Appeared to be on their way to a blowout. Jacksonville with 17 unanswered points, and we're driving for what might have been a go-ahead touchdown. Lost the football, and Denver has tacked on a touchdown to go up again by 11.
Elway having trouble hearing the play as it's called in. He ran over to the sidelines. Mike Shanahan came out and waved to him.
Don't forget right there at that address, NFL.com. All the action around the National Football League available on your computer. Derek Lavelle takes it inside the 15 to the 14-yard line. These two teams last year, when you think of last year's game, there was not a single turnover. There wasn't a turnover in the first half today, but there were 3 in the third quarter alone, and Tom Coughlin has to stop the clock right here, and then his defense has to stop the Broncos on what will be a 3rd down and 4.
Jacksonville with 2 timeouts remaining now.
Of course, Denver in a position for a Jason Elam field goal that would move them up to 31. 2 touchdown advantage over Jacksonville.
Well, our producer, as always, finishing his 12th year on this package, is the one and only Ken Wolf. The great Craig Janoff has been at the console now for the last 10 seasons, and Joey Chavo has been there since day 1 of the package. As our technical director, Big Ben Harvey, our associate producer, Jaime Bravo, our associate director, and this gang, we travel around beginning at the end of July in Canton, Ohio, and wrapping up here and in Hawaii. Chris Pfeiffer and Bill Bolin, the assistants to the producer. Steve Hurd, our director of information. Kim Bauer up in the booth with George Hill handling our stats, and Malibu Kelly Hayes, our spotter. 3rd down and 4 from the 14. A flag is thrown, and as Lavelle
looked like Jacksonville, and that would be a 1st down.
Lavelle would have been short. Chris Hudson came across the line.
That would give Denver a 1st down if it is indeed on Jacksonville. He was well across the ball.
It is.
Yeah.
That's a killer. That's a killer. They had just taken a timeout. And there's our gang. Malibu Kelly Hayes, as always. Our sideline coordinators, John Bassoni and Bill Monahan, and all of the gang in the booth, in the truck, on the field. Great work, folks. All season.
Drew's been here for about 25 years.
At least.
At least. Drew goes back to black and white.
Goes back to radio.
Marconi. Macaroni.
1st down Denver from the 9-yard line as Lavelle takes it into the end zone.
What an exclamation point on Denver's running game today.
Well, great job by Lavelle, but that offensive line,
that's awesome.
Makes it a pleasure to run behind.
I know folks in Jacksonville are saying, why did it happen? Why did it have to happen to us? But this is as punishing a running game as the NFL has seen in a single game in a long time. This was something. As an offensive lineman, I got to tell you something. It's fun to watch. And again, we don't mean that as a slight to Jacksonville, but we just saw something a little bit historic.
Well, historic is Lavelle with 103 yards. Davis had already picked up 184, and the Broncos on the ground 295 yards and 4 rushing touchdowns.
And the only reason they didn't go over 300 is at the goal line caught Derek Lavelle.
Well, this was the 24th defense of the league coming in against the run, Jacksonville. They lost key members of this team to injuries. John Yurkovic, who started a tackle a year ago. Don Davey started, a veteran defensive tackle a year ago. They were injured, out of it. Kelvin Pritchard, they lost him, and they were going with a lot of kids today, and they just got blown away.
Rushing yards in the game go all the way back to the Bears against the Redskins, 382 in 1940.
Most recent was the Buffalo against Miami game back in '95. But you make a good point, Frank. A lot of youth in the middle of the Jacksonville defense for most of the season. A couple of rookies with Payne and Wynn and Schwartz at the middle linebacker, just a third-year guy, but again, a guy coming back from surgery. But still, everybody, I'm sure, expected them to be a little more stout against the run than what we saw today.
And maybe Denver playing back to where they began this season. They were shaky through the last 4 games of their schedule.
I think Denver played with a little passion today. What do you think?
Maybe that's what they needed.
It's been this has been welling up for 51 weeks.
But I'll tell you, though, there was about a 15-minute period when it was about as scary as it's ever gotten around here. Because if they would have blown this game after leading 21-0, I mean, you think last year was tough.
Yes.
Whew. They would have been headed to the couch.
And it was looking that way for a while.
Little $200 an hour analysis.
That may have been $1,000 an hour. Bouncing ball by Elam, and it's taken by Ty Halleck, and he's out of bounds at the 36-yard line. And we continue on our gang as we travel around the country with a group of about 70.
Lance Knapp, who's up in the booth with us here, along with Barry, the gang.
Fascinating how they all come together. Kurt Gowdy is producing in New York, our halftime. And how they all come together week after week from all different parts of the country, and the incredible caring that each and every one of them have about what we put on the air. We're just proud to be a part of it.
Jacksonville trailing by 18 as that's tipped and incomplete. Tipped by Darian Gordon coming on a corner blitz. Gordon, who made that big interception.
And remember, he tipped one on a corner blitz earlier in the ball game.
He's having a heck of a year. 4 interceptions, 1 for a touchdown, 3 punt returns for a touchdown, 1 interception, like I said, for a TD. And he wasn't the guy that was expected to start at the corner. That only happened when Torrey James went down in preseason, and he has really stepped up.
Now Denver turns their attention to going to either Pittsburgh or Kansas City, 2 places where they've already lost this year.
2nd down and 10. Burdell hits McCardell up to the 42-yard line.
And against 2 teams, Dan, where they had leads that they lost.
Of course, Kansas City, their rival in the AFC West, a great familiarity between the Broncos and the Chiefs. And what a year Kansas City has had, earning themselves the home field all the way through the AFC.
And it's 4th down, intended for Mitchell. And the Jaguars will have to go for it.
So you have to give this Jacksonville team a lot of credit here in the 3rd year, 11-5, and an improving team. Injuries hurt them this year, particularly on defense. We've already delineated that. They have really done a terrific job.
4th and 5 with 3:03 to go.
Whoa. Make it 4th and 10.
8 for, well, let's see, it would have been 4th and 6 to begin with. 4th and 11. Coming up.
Number 87 on the offense, moving prior to the ball being snapped. 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
When Denver goes to either Kansas City or Pittsburgh, How about the playoff experience at the quarterback position? You're going to have John Elway making his 16th playoff start against either Cordell Stewart or Elvis Gerbeck, two guys that don't have a lot of experience in the playoffs.
Fourth down, and that's the exclamation point provided by Gordon.
Grinnell knew he had no shot. Caught from the corner of the eye, Darian Gordon coming on the blitz. He knew he couldn't get away. Gordon having a heck of a day, and he was the target for Jacksonville coming in.
Oh, there goes a flag over on the other side of the field is Neil Smith, and
got into it with
some
Dave
of the guys
Wydell.
are throwing it away.
Got into it with Dave Wydell, a former Bronco.
He wasn't Smith's former teammate.
No, he was not. He was gone before Neil got here. Neil giving the age-old pointing to the scoreboard, and that is the one thing a guy can do that it's tough to argue in this situation.
And it's never forgotten.
No, but let's try to be a gracious winner.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 87 on the defense, 15-yard penalty, first down.
You don't get many wide receivers that get called for unnecessary roughness.
Keenan McCardell.
He's still exercised.
I think you
better be careful. He'll be getting the wallet out big time.
Well, Jacksonville isn't going anywhere as far as regressing as a franchise. This game goes out the window. They have shown with their steady progression they're going to be good for a long time.
1st and 10 in Hebron, and now they have picked up their 300 yards as a team. And it's funny how it's worked out for the expansion teams, because Carolina went for the veterans early and they were better early.
Yep.
They both got to their respective championship games last year, but they intersected along the way. And while Jacksonville is going up, the Panthers are now on the slide.
They took a big step backwards this year. They lost their general manager, Bill Polian, went to Indianapolis. And Jacksonville is just going to get better, and listen to the hand for John Elway.
He comes out. Mike Shanahan wanted him to come out to let him get the big hand. At the 10-yard line, into the game comes Bubby Brister. And Pat Boland's down on the field, and Pat, who's watched this team for years and years as the owner of the team, get to those 3 Super Bowls and come up short. Thinking right now, 2 more, and we're back again. 2 minutes, the crowd chanting Elway, Elway. It's been John's day and Denver.
Computers, they're like a
2 minutes to go. And we wind down in Denver, where the Denver Broncos have picked up 301 yards on the ground today.
Interesting point Dan just brought up. If the Broncos have 301 yards rushing, which is really remarkable, if they decide to kneel down, run this clock out, they could fall back behind that.
Bubby Brister. They're keeping it going forward. And this is Hebron, and he is stopped at the 6-yard line, a little short of the first down. 4th down upcoming. With Lavelle and Davis each rushing for over 100 yards. The last time that happened in a postseason game was 1976. Minnesota Vikings, Chuck Foreman and Brent McClanahan.
Ooh, baby.
Each into triple figures.
I might have guessed on a few running back combinations before I'd stumbled over those two.
Well, I'll tell you what, 21 years from now, you might have guessed on a few before you get Terrell Davis and Derek Lavelle.
I might have gone Salka and Mercury Morris or somebody like that, but McClanahan and Foreman.
Yep. 4th and 1. Hebron into the end zone.
Excuse me, I'm sure that didn't sit too well in Jacksonville, but you know what? You got to let your players play.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling if it was like second down and out of timeouts, that was a fourth down play, so you give it back.
Yep. You know, you got to keep playing.
Yep.
Kept quite a day for Hebron, who again was questionable all week with a hamstring, didn't work out. They actually worked him out before the game here today.
Elam for the point after. That's 5 rushing touchdowns today. And they've spread it around. Davis with 2, Lavelle with 2, Hebron with 1.
You know, going into this game, I was thinking that the Broncos might have done too much talking, that they might have put too much emphasis on this ball game. And again, look at those rushing totals. 310 yards for the Denver Broncos, 42-17. Just everything that everybody in the state of Colorado dreamed about happening when the Jaguars. But to get back to I thought that they might have put so much pressure on themselves by focusing so much on this game.
Yeah, I think that's young John Elway. He's 8 years old and he's quite a kid. Plays quarterback in Little League here in Denver. And
no, talk about pressure. Talk about pressure.
Jason Elam back for Jacksonville.
The Elway family has handled it very well.
Now a quarterback for the Pee Wee team, number 7, John Elway Jr.
This is Mike Logan. He's looking to get rid of the football.
Nobody wants it.
You know, Mike, you ought to think about running with it.
Well, then he goes to Damon Jones, the tight end.
That worked out well. Whatever happened to being in the open and taking off with the football? Young Mr. Elway out to get the...
You see that? He gave the mile-high salute.
His name is Jack. That's Jack Elway.
Named for John's father, Jack.
His grandpa.
Great football coach for many years.
How do you get that job? You must know somebody.
Got his own personal dresser. That's not bad. Cody doesn't do that well.
Grandpa Jack is now the director of pro scouting for the Broncos, so it's a real family affair. Director of pro scouting, the quarterback, and the, what do you call him, the T-boy? That's incomplete. Among the duties of the young Elway boy is to go out and retrieve the kicking tee.
Hey, think he just gets in here for nothing?
Yeah.
It's got to work.
Got to work, absolutely.
And we've gone off so much on Terrell Davis in the running game. We can also tell you that John Elway, not bad. 16 of 24, 223 yards and a touchdown. This game won't be the same someday without him.
Oh.
2nd and 10.
Don't even talk about it.
Caught by McCardell, steps out of bounds.
There are rare players that impact on this game that we all love so well, like John Elway.
Think about it.
Well, I'll be in Canton when he goes in. I won't miss that. Hopefully, we'll be doing the game.
Yeah, he'll be there.
That's right.
3rd down.
Where's the question mark?
And 2. And James Stewart picks up the 1st down. It's a strange game, though, because about an hour and 15 minutes ago, Elway was hurt. They were attending to him on the field. He had fumbled the ball. A 21-0 lead had become 21-17. He was being worked on the bench. Jacksonville was driving the other way.
Right. And now you look at this final score, Al, and you think, whoa, what would have happened if Denver wouldn't have turned it over twice deep in Jacksonville territory?
And number 30 would not be on the bench if those ribs were ailing too much. I think he will be 100% for his travels next week.
Maybe if there was a very key play in this game, it would be the Wydell snap to Brunell, which summarily ended that drive on which Jacksonville could have taken the lead.
Yeah, you're right, Al. Or else, if it wasn't that, it was the first time that they handed it to Terrell Davis.
Yes, which was the first play of the game.
And the irony of that, Wydell being a former Bronco.
Stewart drops it.
Yeah, you make a good point about that, Al, because they'd benefited from Denver's mistake. They'd marched all the way down into Denver's territory, and it really had a lot of offensive momentum at the time.
And Elway's being looked at on the bench. And God knows what happens if you ever squander a 21-0 lead at home.
Well, especially when home is Mile High Stadium.
Yes. That would take a lot of couches, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure the Denver writers or radio shows would ever get over it. That would be tough.
Barely got over last year. Again, the winner of this game, the Denver Broncos, will wait. If Miami wins tomorrow, Denver goes to Pittsburgh. If New England wins tomorrow, then Denver matches up against Kansas City, a team they knocked off as Mike Shanahan accepts congratulations. On 3rd down and 10.
You know, interestingly, when we asked Mike Shanahan yesterday about, do you have a sense of whether John Elway's coming back next year, Mike said, not only next year, I would suspect that John will play into the foreseeable future for several years. And, you know, you'd want to see some erosion of skill before you want to talk about a guy retiring, and I've not seen that erosion yet.
And this is a very quarterback-friendly offense that Mike Shanahan has brought to Denver.
Hey, John can play till he's 50 if they keep rushing for 300 yards.
Burnell hits McCardell. Taken down at the 31-yard line. In the waning seconds of the game, if Denver goes to Kansas City, they already beat them here on opening day, lost to them on the Stoyanovich field goal in the other regular season game at the end, and Stewart makes the catch, barring a penalty. This will do it, and the game ends at the 5-yard line. The Jaguars threw a scare into them, a big scare at one point. But the Broncos strong at the start, strong at the finish. And on they go in the AFC playoffs. The final score from Mile High Stadium, the Denver Broncos 42 and the Jacksonville Jaguars 17. Back in a minute.
By Terrell Davis as the guy said upstairs, your conditioning and stamina, 31 carries, 184, 2 touchdowns. How did you do that with that shoulder? Had to bother you a little bit.
Well, what I tried to do all week was to come into this game and not to think about it. I told myself that, you know, I can play with a little pain, and to come into a game like this is a playoff game. I had to come here and not think about a shoulder like this and just play all out, because, you know, this could have been our last game.
You move on to the next ball game, but tell us about your ribs.
My ribs are a little sore right now, but they're going to go back and take them to X-ray and make sure that there's nothing broken. Right now, they said that it was a separated, a torn cartilage or something like that, but I think I'll be fine.
Okay, now, terrific performance. We thank you. And revenge a factor in this ball game, Terrell?
No, I think we wanted to come out and just show everybody that we can play ball. And, you know, last year it was kind of upsetting for us to go home early. But right now I feel sweet, to be honest with you.
Very sweet.
Yeah, no doubt.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate it.
All right, Lynn. Well, earlier today at the Meadowlands, Minnesota stunned the Giants 23-22 to advance. They'll meet San Francisco next week. Here, Denver beats Jacksonville 42-17 to advance. Al Michaels, Frank Gifford, Dan Deerdorf, and Lynn Swan saying so long from Denver.
Tomorrow on ABC Sports, it's the ladies versus the men. Don't miss Tara Lipinski, Michelle Kwan, Nicole Bobek, Paul Wiley, and Todd Eldridge. It's the Clairol Nice and Easy Figure Skating Classic. ABC Sports is online on AOL, keyword ABC Sports.
And down the stretch. Oh, no. It's over. It's academic.
This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
Promotion
Promotional consideration provided by National Car Rental, the official car
show in the business. Chris Berman, Tom Jackson, Chris Mortensen, Sterling Sharp. NFL Countdown is next.
Four teams, one common goal. After decades of futility, it's been one surprise after another. But now the Bucs face a new challenge, stopping Barry Sanders. His place in history is secure. Barry Sanders has carried the Lions to the playoffs, but can he keep them there? They're the defending AFC champions, trying to get back to the Super Bowl, facing a team they are very familiar with. A coach in search of ring number 3, but a team that hasn't won a road playoff game in 25 years. 4 teams, one common goal. NFL Countdown is next. Hello and welcome to Wild Card Sunday, everybody. I'm Mike Well, we like to thank Mike for sitting in yesterday. I was with the Boomer, him somewhere else. I got my regular ball club back. I'm Chris Berman. I got Tom Jackson. I got Sterling Sharp.
My barber gave me this time.
Tiki barber.
Yeah, no, Johnny Cole.
Mike Barber. Chris Mortensen. Yesterday, wild games. Denver. Yes. New York. Well, 2 good games today. Let's get to it, right? A different sort of day in that the games today are 2 divisional battles. Starting in Foxborough, where the Patriots and Dolphins play for the 3rd time in 5 weeks, 2nd time in 7 days. New England, of course, has beaten Miami both times, albeit very close scores, 27-24 at home. Last Monday night in South Florida, 14-12. For Pete Carroll, it's his first playoff game as head coach, where he ultimately will be judged with the defending AFC champions. For Jimmy Johnson, it's his first postseason game as Dolphins coach. He inherits quite a monkey, because the last playoff game won by the Dolphins away from home turf, Super Bowl 8. Larry Zonka and company beat the Vikings 24-7 in the 1973 season. Dan Marino himself 0-4 in playoff games away from the Orange Bowl or Joe Robbie Stadium. To Frosty Foxborough and Mark Malone.
All right, thanks, Boomer. Today, the Dolphins won't have at their disposal Larry Zonka, Mercury Morris, or Jim Kick. But then on the other hand, the New England Patriots won't have their running back, Curtis Martin. After sitting out the last 3 weeks with a shoulder separation and a persistent groin injury, Martin came out earlier and ran. After the short workout, head coach Pete Carroll declared him inactive. Nevertheless, the Patriots go on with their game plan.
We're going to try and force the run a little bit, and obviously we'll do that more if Curtis plays. But we're going to try and do what we've done well and see if we can be consistent with it.
Miami's running game has consistently been among the NFL's worst, but that won't deter head coach Jimmy Johnson, whose 7-1 postseason record is the best among active NFL coaches. Under Johnson, the Dolphins are 17-3 when they rush the ball 25 times or more, 0-12 when they don't.
When you look at the games where we have run the ball, and not only run the ball successfully, but run the ball. If we stayed with the running game, we've been successful. When we go away from the run is when we've had problems.
Especially when Miami is forced into passing situations against New England's blitz package. Last Monday night, the Patriots sacked Marino 3 times and forced 1 interception.
You live and die by the blitz, and I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what the Coach Johnson is telling those guys. And any team that blitzes a lot, you know, you can always be burned by it, but the key to it is try to get him rattled, get him distracted before he can get to you.
We just have to be more effective in our blocking schemes and reading the blitzes and being efficient with our break-offs that we run and the different patterns that we run, you know, against those blitzes.
Let's keep in mind, you know, this Marino guy's a warrior, and he's not going to go out without a fight.
Expect Miami to use more 2-back formations in passing situations. That should help them pick up some of the Patriots' blitzes. As for the weather, the cold will pose a problem for the Dolphins, but not as much as the Patriots had hoped. Boomer, the field over here doesn't look like South Beach, but it's in pretty good shape. The sun is shining, and temperatures are expected to be in the 30s.
Not bad, but not great for Miami for sure. And more on that later. We'll go back to you, Mark, and Fox for a little bit later on. Mort, we both spoke with Jimmy Johnson this week, and Jimmy said at the Dan Marino situation, he says, hey, look, he played much better this year for me than he did last year. I really like the way he played. I mean, is this cleared once and for all?
Well, in case it wasn't clear, Jimmy Johnson went to Dan Marino on Friday and said, Dan, you are the guy I want to quarterback my team in 1998. Now, Dan still has to make a decision as to whether he wants to return. I'll tell you what's going to change. That's the entire playbook. Jimmy Johnson is going to throw out the entire system next year, so Dan will have to learn a new offense. And what he did this week, Jimmy, he talked with ex-Giants quarterback Phil Simms to see how it was for Phil to change systems, and Phil told him, you know what, Jimmy, it was invigorating to learn a new system. Don't be afraid to change for Dan.
Yeah, and yet he stuck with the system that he has, at least for today. And let's put a forward spin on those numbers that Mark Malone alluded to, the 25 carries. If they do it, they win. If they don't carry it 25 times in the running game, they tend to lose. And I think that what you're looking for there is not numbers per carry. It's not the yards per game. It is about defensing the run. It is about mentality of running the football. It's about keeping your defense off the field. It's about punishing the other team's defense. And I think that whether it's Abdul-Jabbar or whether it's Lawrence Phillips today, one of those running backs has to carry the load, not Dan Marino.
Well, I'll tell you who has to carry the load in this football game, and that's the Miami Dolphin defense. What they've done all year is basically line up in their 4-3 and ask you to come out and just physically beat them. And they got into the playoffs, and they lost that game Monday night because they didn't make any adjustments. They came out and they played it week in, week out, play in, play out. What they're going to have to do is make some changes. Throw Drew Bledsoe some curveballs. Do what people did after Bill Parcells and the Jets played them earlier in the year. That blueprint was get in Drew Bledsoe's face, get around him, force him to move around in the pocket. He's not as accurate. Do not allow him to pick and choose the open receiver he wants to throw to. If Miami can do that, get some pressure via the blitz or with that front four, you may see some cute corner blitzes today too. They can cause Drew Bledsoe some problems.
You know what's dangerous, though, for Miami, and Jimmy knows this, is that even though Ben Coates only caught 7 combined in the 2 games, they don't really have a matchup to deal with Ben Coates. I think he's a big figure for Bledsoe today. If Bledsoe goes to him often, I think good things will happen for the Patriots. Still to come, the late game where Barry Sanders has a chance to add to his 2,000-yard legacy if he can run roughshod over a strong Bucs defense.
The thing you have to do is turn him back to your help. That's which is inside. So tackle his outside leg, wide wrap, and pray to God that you can get some of it.
Can Tampa Bay get some offense from Trent Dilfer to offset Barry and company? And the Lions with lots on their minds this week, starting with fallen teammate Reggie Brown. We'll be back in a moment.
I believe that if you really go out and do exactly what you want to do, you find happiness.
If you can do what you love, that's incredible.
Saturn making an appearance. There will be more emotion than usual, even for the playoffs, in the NFC Norris rubber game between the Lions and the Buccaneers in Tampa. Detroit will be trying to do their very best for linebacker Reggie Brown as he recovers from neck surgery following that harrowing scene we all saw last Sunday at the Silverdome. They also want to make a historic season for Barry Sanders, obviously last as long as possible. As for the Bucs, spirits are sky high as they get set to host their first playoff game at the Big Sombrero since 1979. Tampa Bay hosted the NFC title game against the Rams. They lost 9-0. Their defense allowed no touchdowns that day. They may need a similar effort to win today. To the Big Sombrero in Sal Palantonio.
Thanks, Chris. No Bucs starter on offense has postseason experience. In fact, the last time the Bucs hosted a playoff game, Trent Dilfer was in the first grade. A first-class stamp cost 15 cents, and perished the thought Tampa didn't even have cable TV.
I'm really happy for the fans. I think as much as I am for the players and the coaches, I'm excited for the fans. That last game meant a lot to me because I really felt that the fans deserved a home game. It's been since 1979 since the city's seen a playoff game here in Tampa, and I'm just thrilled to death that we were able to bring it to them.
The Lions are dealing with a different set of emotions. During the week, many of them went to visit Reggie Brown, who's in the hospital recovering from surgery after Sunday's devastating spine injury. Doctors say that Brown has feeling in his extremities, but it's too early to tell how much of a recovery he will make. Today, his teammates will wear number 59, his number, on their helmets.
I think that there's 2 things that we can do for Reggie. I think we can pray for him, number 1, and then secondly, play for him.
We're going to have to meet that emotion, and that's all there is we have to put on our shoulders that whatever emotion they come down here with, we got to meet it, and we got to sustain our emotion longer than they do theirs. And if we can do that, we feel we can win.
Without Brown, the Lions will be missing their fastest defensive player. Instead of replacing him with one guy, head coach Bobby Ross says he will use what he calls linebacker by committee.
We lose a very good athlete, number 1. who could do things like cover backs out of the backfield and run with them and have no problem in doing that.
Reg is Reg, and that 4.4 speed is going to be tough to replace, but we plan on, you know, circling up the wagons and getting it going.
When the Lions beat the Bucs here on October 12th, it was Brown's responsibility to cover the Offensive Rookie of the Year, Warwick Dunn, coming out of the backfield. Tony Dungy told me that if Trent Dilfer sees the Lions trying to cover Dunn with another linebacker one-on-one, Mort, Dilfer has a green light to call Dunn's number at the line of scrimmage and swing for the fences.
Yes, Sal, and as Bobby Ross and Stephen Boy alluded to, they miss Reggie Brown, the player, as well. This is not just an emotional thing. This is a guy who was a #1 pick a year ago, who played like a #1 pick, who was vital to covering a back like Warwick Dunn out of the back.
You know, I also had a chance to talk with Tony Dungy this week, and he said that both of these teams have similar game plans. They both want to come out and establish the run. He believes that the team that does that first is going to be the team that wins the football game. But if neither team can run the ball, the pressure is going to go to the quarterbacks, Dilfer and Mitchell. And because Dilfer has the bum ankle, it's going to be more difficult for him to escape the rush and throw the football down the field. So I think Tampa Bay with Dunn and Allstott has to establish that run early on.
As great a year as Brett Favre had last year for the Green Bay Packers getting to the Super Bowl, special teams came up big. Desmond Howard in the return game. For both of these football teams, they are going to have to create field position with their return men. Carl Williams right here, great job of reversing field. He went for 61 yards, made everybody on the Chicago team miss. Even Dave Wanstead from the sideline couldn't tackle this guy. On the other side, Glenn Milburn for the Detroit Lions. Very elusive return guys. They don't lay the football on the ground a whole lot. They create field position so your offense has to go 50, 40, lot shorter distances for touchdowns. If those return men can play like they have all year and create that field position, whoever does the best job wins this football game.
I agree, and in a short drive, 40, 50-yard situation, Mike Allstott and the condition of that deep thigh bruise, and he worked out all week, he becomes a big player for Tampa Bay, clearing ground for Dunn and carrying the football. We haven't seen him last couple of weeks, really. When we return, easier said than done, stopping Barry. The Bucs did it in week 2. How did they do it? And Miami in cold weather, historically, not a good spot for the Fish. Back to New England in a moment.
And so...
Inside the Numbers is brought to you by Visa, the official card of the NFL. It's everywhere you want to be. www.visa.com.
Here are the numbers for the Dolphins and the Patriots. Week 13, 27-24 New England, as Dan Marino picked off by Jimmy Hitchcock and Larry Wiggum for touchdowns. Hitchcock going 39 steps and 100 yards. Last Monday night, 14-12 New England over Miami. Look at that little Meggett run for a touchdown. So New England's won the first 2 games. How tough is it to beat a team 3 times in one season? Surprising. Since the merger of the 9 times teams have met following a regular season sweep, the sweeping team has won the 3rd game 5 times. Latest being Pittsburgh over Cleveland in '94. 4 times the losing team has come back to win in the playoffs. Latest being Bears over Vikings in '94. Can New England make the 3rd time as much of a charm as the 1st and 2nd? Back to Foxborough for an update. And the task today for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers: stop Barry Sanders. Not that simple.
His numbers look like it's going to fall out of his uniform. His pants look like they're going to shake off of him. So I try to look at his midsection, and then when I get close enough, dive.
Fish out of water or away from the warmth. The last playoff game for Miami 2 years ago, Don Shula's finale in Buffalo. The Bills ran for 341 yards, more than even Denver did yesterday. They rolled 37-22. Today, back to the cold for Miami. Not Buffalo, but New England, where it snowed this week. Our abominable snowman is Mark Malone.
Boomer, most of the Dolphins players told me that it doesn't matter that the last time the Dolphins won a playoff game on the road was back in 1972. Most of the players weren't even born yet. But it does matter that this playoff game will take place in the frigid Northeast, and it will affect how Dan Marino approaches the passing game.
Instead of just reacting sometimes you have to, instead of react, think about a little more how we're going to throw it and where you're going to throw it. And I think any quarterback would do that.
You don't change your grip. I know some guys lighten up on the grip, move their hand on the ball a little bit.
No, I usually just try to throw it. It's pretty simple.
If it's a playoff game, hey, you shouldn't let it bother you. I mean, you shouldn't even feel it. So that's why I'm going to go sleeveless.
Does that cause a problem? Does it change what it is that you want to do in this football?
Does it cause a problem? Are you crazy? Yeah, it causes a problem, and we'll have to deal with it.
Warm weather teams playing in cold weather sites have won only 9% of the time, 17 of 188 games. And by the way, Mort, that includes Jacksonville, the most recent cold weather casualty.
Well, I think that the Dolphins really are more concerned with something New England has done clearly in the past 2 games against them, which is they have blitzed Dan Marino like no other team. In fact, one of the most surprising statistics in the NFL this year is that Dan Marino is the most blitzed quarterback in the NFL. And what Jimmy Johnson is a little bit surprised with and a little disappointed is that Dan didn't keep his composure Monday night late in the game when he had 3 timeouts. Could have used one of those timeouts. By the way, guys, Dan Marino, some other players in the league, not happy with the game plan going into this game. They say it's too similar to what went on Monday night.
Well, more, that game plan had better include dealing with those blitzes in terms of protection or in terms of Dan Marino getting rid of the football. You take a look at something that happened 6 days ago. You're going to see on the weak side of a package here, you're going to get 2 receivers. You've got a slot receiver going down the middle of the field. You've got a nickel back who's going to follow him. He could stop right there and allow him to go to the safeties. He's going to follow him down. You've got a back coming through the open area. The replacement guy is going to come toward the blitz package, which Sterling will explain in just a second. You watch it unfold. You're going to see the open guy right here come right into that area. You see the backer try to respond late. But Dan Marino is already down on the ground, Sterling.
I think Dan Marino in this situation, had he been a little bit younger, Dan Marino would recognize you have 2 receivers on the right side. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potential cover guys. That should signal something is up for Dan Marino. And he knows, looking at the whole situation with the nickel guy right here having an opportunity to cover him, the one thing is the outside receiver on the backside is the guy that has one-on-one coverage. He's going to run a square out. Dan Marino knows he's going to take a hit because somebody's going to come free. That guy right there should get the football and be wide open. I think Dan just didn't want to take the hit.
You know, I'm looking at that, guys. There's no tight end in any of those situations when it's 3rd and long.
That's right.
They need Troy Drayton in there, don't they?
Well, they need Troy Drayton. And again, the only thing, what Mort said is, the only reason you blitz is because you're successful doing it, and that's why people are coming at Dan Marino.
He's going to have to prove he can handle it.
Now they're going to have to stay at a 3rd and long. That'd be the start for them. Well, let's go back to the late game, where these are the numbers that you need to know. Meeting number 1, the Bucs hold Barry Sanders to 10 carries, 20 yards. They win in Detroit. Meeting 2, 27-9 Detroit. Barry runs for 215 yards, including an 82 and an 80-yard touchdown run. What worked? What didn't? Here's Hank Goldberg.
He just hunts and pecks, and it just takes him a little while to find out what you're giving him. And once he finds it, boy, then it just seems like the frenzy is on.
Webster's defines frenzy as a temporary madness. The challenge in stopping Barry Sanders is staying in control amid the surrounding chaos.
When Barry gets going, the whole team kind of, feeds off of the momentum. But if you get him, if you stuff them early, their team kind of has a tendency to kind of go in the tank.
Last Sunday against the Jets, Sanders had 23 yards on 12 carries, and the Lions were losing. Then, on the last play of the 3rd quarter, he went for 47. 4 plays later, he was in the end zone for the winning touchdown. The frenzy was on.
He can give you a juke, and all of a sudden he's gone. So the thing you have to do is turn him back to your help. That's which is inside. So tackle his outside leg, wide wrap, and pray to God that you can get some of it.
But you got to make sure that you're in the place where you're supposed to be and not trying to do somebody else's assignment. So when somebody else takes a shot and he shoots back to your gap, you're going to be there.
You know he's going to beat somebody at some course in the game. It's almost a foregone conclusion. Just don't let it be me. Has that thought ever crossed your minds?
No, that's a recipe for failure right there.
No.
That's setting yourself up for failure.
He's like the Michael Jordan of running backs. And, I'm sure every guard, every basketball player that faces Michael Jordan, night in, night out, they're thinking about, what they're going to do, how they're going to defend against the guy, what they're going to do against him.
In basketball, you can't depend on too much help. But in football, I mean,
I'm definitely depending on her. If I know Hardy's coming, and Charles definitely better be coming. If he ain't, I'm hot. I mean, because I don't got the speed to keep up with him.
Barry up to the races, 30, 20, 15, 10. They'll never get him. Touchdown, Lions!
You know, this year you guys have a back in Warwick who you practice against now. Does that help you, in a sense, to be chasing him around during practices before you get to Barry? What are you shaking?
No way. There's only one of those little fellas right there, and there he is right there wearing 20, and there's nothing that can prepare you for it.
You know, you wonder why they will run 8 in the box against a team like that, because, you know, he could wind up against a defensive tackle in the secondary, and if that happens, even you aren't fast as I know you are.
Hey, you know, I definitely don't want to be caught in that predicament when it's just me and him and there's a whole wide of Africa, because I have no chance.
Can you tackle him the same way you tackle somebody else, or?
No. I mean, when you face Barry, you can throw all the basic fundamental tackling out the window.
You know, with Barry, it's not like, you know, he's going to sit there, break it down, and, you know, make that form tackle.
When you get the opportunity, you got to leave your feet, grab whatever you can. If it's grabbing the shoestring and hanging on, grabbing his socks, hang on, go for the ride until your teammates get there.
We just have to go out and just limit the number of touches that he has, because you can hold him down for 59 minutes. It's just that one play that he could take it to the house, and then all of a sudden, you lost the ball game.
Here's one of there's so many amazing numbers with Barry this year. First 2 games, 53 yards.
Yes.
Last 14, 2,000. So even in the old seasons, he would have had 2,000 yards, Tom.
Well, it's interesting when you talk about this game. When I talked with Tony Dungy, my first question was, how do you stop Barry Sanders? What do you do differently? He said, I'm not going to do anything differently. The last time these two teams played, 24 carries for 215 yards. But for 22 of those carries, the Tampa Bay Buccaneer defense did its job. It was able to bottle him up for 53 yards. It was the 2 carries for 162 yards that won the game for the Lions. So what you want to do, if you're Tony Dungy, is hold those 80-yard carries to 30. Barry Sanders is not a controlled down and distance back. When you look at the numbers, they always sound like this. It's +1, +2, -3, +1, +4, 80. And those are the ones that you have to hold down. And I think it's to Bobby Ross's credit that he got it figured out. Just keep giving him the ball. It doesn't matter what the numbers are. Eventually, he's going to break one.
He's also got a pretty good wide receiver that he uses to help create running lanes, and that's Herman Moore. So what he does is he goes to a 3-wide receiver set and spreads you out defensively. Now what that does is it allows the inside receiver, either Johnny Morton or Herman Moore, to be the fullback or the tight end. As the tight end, cutting off the backside, allowing Barry to cut that back for the 80, 82-yard runs. Or if you're playing the fullback position, the inside receiver is. What it does, it allows you to keep pushing everybody across so Barry can cut back and have a wide open gallop to the end zone. But what you do is when you spread people out, you also get one-on-ones on the outside. And give Barry Sanders his credit. He's a great running back. But I tell you what, Herman Moore is not a bad receiver either. And I tell you what, he used to be a jump ball receiver. Now he is a complete package type guy. He can take it the distance as well.
That's why the guy I'm looking at today for Tampa on defense is Donnie Abraham on Herman Moore.
One-on-one.
One-on-one
Yes,
as they gamble up with the line. That's a big-time matchup. Well, coming up after NFL Countdown, we have college basketball. South Alabama at Arkansas State. And that's Jabari Miles. Not Will Chamberlain, but Jabari Miles of Arkansas State. We'll be back.
There's a new leader in property casualty with a new charge to give business owners and managers new ideas, new solutions, new standards of safety, security, and service. Travelers Property Casualty. In the traveler's tradition, we give you something to hold on to and something to look forward to.
Freedom is the right to pursue my dreams.
Freedom is the right to speak my mind.
Freedom is my right to choose.
Freedom is my right to practice what I want to practice.
Freedom is to watch Glenn Rice rain bombs, regardless of the time zone.
Reggie Miller, Drain the J from downtown.
Whether he's home or away.
Freedom is to see Elijah on the page.
1, 2, or 8 games a night.
Do not miss Vin Baker. Take it strong to the hole.
Is to watch someone put the ball in the basket to win the game.
Call now and let NBA League Pass give you the ultimate viewing freedom.
Now
National Car Rental Bowl Week rolls on. It's payback time as LSU tries to avenge a midseason loss to the Fighting Irish that dashed their SEC title bid. The Poland Weed Eater Independence Bowl. LSU Notre Dame. Tonight at 8 on ESPN.
NFL Countdown is brought to you by NBA League Pass, giving you the freedom to watch the teams and the games you want to see.
NFL prime time tonight. We'll know the round of 8. Join us. Tom and I will be here at 7:30 Eastern. Next week, both Saturday and Sunday, noon for Countdown, 7:30 for prime time as the big boys get planned. What are we looking at real quick, guys?
I like Green Bay.
Hey, you look for Dave Mega. If he keeps making big plays, Patriots advance.
I like Green Bay still.
I just listened to him.
And I was wrong yesterday. Shannon Sharp did not catch 8 in the Denver Broncos run, so I was wrong, finally.
Enjoy basketball. We'll see you on prime time. For Morton, Sterling, and Tom, I'm Chris Tapp.
Toby Madison.
We've set the stage. It's time for the players to do the rest. Detroit and Tampa. Winners move on. All others are out. Pat Summerall and John Madden ready to call the action.
In the NFL, the new year comes a few days early in the form of the wild card round of the playoffs. For the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 18 years removed from their last home playoff game, they hope to ring in the new year by continuing to ring their opponents' bells on defense. While their offense features the inside-outside combination of steamrolling Mike Allstott and catch-me-if-you-can Warwick Dunn. The Detroit Lions hope the new year brings them more of the same. More Herman and much more Barry. Sanders' 2,000-plus rush yards carried them to the playoffs. But he alone can't win them a Super Bowl. A New Year's resolution in Detroit? Give Barry some help, and it'll be a happy new year indeed. Stadium, and it is bedlam here as the Buccaneers are being introduced. 74,000 on hand, and they have waited a long time for this. Today, the Buccaneers entertain the Detroit Lions. Pat Summerall here with John Madden. And John, as we both know, the intensity picks up. It's one loss, and you're out of the competition. There's no Super Bowl for you. Let's talk about Detroit first. What faces them? What do they have to do today?
Well, you know, the first thing that Bobby Ross talks about generally is not having any turnovers, playing solid football, and get off to a strong start, because you can hear this crowd behind us. This crowd is going crazy, and they would like to, by getting off to a quick start, kind of quiet this crowd down. Of course, you know what they're going to do. I mean, they're going to have to ride Barry Sanders' shoulders. The last time Barry Sanders played here, he had a run of 80 yards and a run of 82 yards. So they have to get that going. But both Bobby Ross and their quarterback, Scott Mitchell, says, to make it easier on Barry, we would like to come out and start throwing the ball, loosen up that Buccaneer defense. Then it'll be a little easier for Barry, because early in this game, the Buccaneers are going to key everything on Barry Sanders.
And these Buccaneers, as we've said, have waited a long, long time to get here into the playoffs. Now, what do they have to do to contain the Lions today?
Well, you know, Tony Dungy has done such an excellent job here, and you look at this Buccaneer team, and there's not a lot of superstars, but the thing that they do well is they play well as a team. And they're going to have to do that today. I mean, they're going to have to be able to run the ball with Warwick Dunn, Mike Allstott, and then after they get that established, then they can go some play pass and do some of those things. And on defense is where the challenge really is, because you know, we talked about Barry Sanders, and they know that they have to stop or contain him. But then in doing that, you can't give up too much that you forget about Herman Moore and Johnny Morton out there.
That's going to be a tough day for them. And Ron Pitts is also with us today, and we'll be going down to Ron on the field in a moment.
We're back at Erickson Stadium, where we're down in the final seconds of the game, and it's still tied. The kick's high. And
Ericsson mobile phones. Catch the excitement.
And it's time for the Ericsson Countdown.
All right, welcome back to Tampa Bay. I'm Ron Pitts. I'm standing on the Detroit Lions sideline. Now, you're going to see a lot of big stars out here in the field today, but one star you're not going to see, Detroit linebacker Reggie Brown. And unfortunately, it takes situations like this sometimes for all of us to realize that the game of football is merely just a game. That was the scene last week in Detroit when linebacker Reggie Brown suffered a career-ending spinal cord injury. Now on Monday, team Dr. David Collin came in. He talked to the entire team. He addressed them on Reggie Brown's situation. After that meeting, the players said they felt much more at ease, much more comfortable with the situation with Reggie Brown, even so much to the fact they could go down here, come down here, and concentrate and focus on this very big game. Now, one player in particular, Robert Porcher, had this very important message to give to Reggie Brown.
We're going to play our hearts for you, man, and, you know, we just want you to hang in there, which you will do. And, you know, this season's going to keep on going. And you just keep fighting, and we know he will keep fighting, and we're going to be right there. You know, even though he won't be out there on the field with us, he's going to always be a part of this team, and he's going to always be a part of us.
The great news coming out of Detroit on Christmas Day, Reggie Brown was able to stand up with assistance. That's outstanding, and all of us here at Fox Sports wish him the best. Right now, let's go back up to Pat Summerall for the kickoff.
All right, Ron, and Bobby Ross, who has handled the whole situation with such dignity and class, said to his team and to himself, there are two things we can do. We can pray for him, and we can play for him. Jason Hansen will kick off for the Lions. Rydell Anthony back deep in the middle for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. New colors. A huge complement of fans on hand. Today's weather, 52 degrees. The wind east, 6 miles an hour, so that shouldn't be a factor. And it's going to stay cloudy as Hansen gets this underway. Line drive kickoff to Rydell Anthony. Anthony hit behind the 20-yard line. Brought down as the Lions special teams do a good job by Ryan Stewart. Let's look at the offense for the Buccaneers, led by Trent Dilfer, selected to his first Pro Bowl. And this is his first career playoff game. In front of him, Gruber, Pine, Mayberry, Middleton starting, and Jason Odom, Warwick Dunn, Mike Allstott, the two backs, Rydell Anthony, Carl Williams, the wide receivers, and Dave Moore begins at tight end. Trent Dilfer, 1-5 against Detroit. They start from the 17, and it's Warwick Dunn across the 20, brought down by Luther Ellis. Here's the Lion defense, the front four, Scroggins, Ellis, Wells, and Porcher. The linebackers, Jamison, Boyd, and Antonio London getting the start. In the secondary, two rookie cornerbacks, Abrams and Westbrook, Carrier and Rice, the two safeties. Warwick Dunn got 3 yards. It's 2nd and 7. Two tight ends set up. The Buccaneers do a lot of that. Dilfer back to throw. Has time. Incomplete high. Carl the Truth Williams, the intended receiver.
It's amazing you mentioned two tight ends in there, Pat, and one of those two tight ends was Jackie Harris, who just had a hernia operation 2 weeks ago. They weren't sure, you know, if he was going to be able to play or not. He came out Wednesday, and they were surprised. He looked pretty good Thursday. I watched him practice on Friday, and I wasn't sure exactly what you look for to see if someone is being bothered by a hernia, but he looked fine to me, and he's an important part of their passing game. He lines right up here in their 3 wide receiver set.
Third down. The Lions might have jumped. There's a penalty flag down. Dilfer keeps the ball, but the marker's down. Somebody in the middle of the Lion defense.
Yeah.
Jumped.
Ugly jumped up on that play. What happened is someone in the Lions defense jumped, and then Trent Dilfer fumbled a snap.
Defense, number 94, 5-yard penalty, remains 3rd down.
Mike Carey, Luther Ellis, a little early.
Number 94 is Luther Ellis, and you see him right in front of the ball, and that should never happen because he was a nose tackle, and you always tell your defensive linemen, don't listen to anything, just watch the ball and get off on the ball. And the guy that is standing with his nose right on the ball should never be the guy that's offside.
3rd down, couple of yards. Dilfer back to throw it. Again has time now, pulls it down, and he's going to take off and stumble and dive. And close to a 1st down. He's got a bad ankle, but he's still got airborne.
Yeah, you can see his bad ankle is that right ankle. You can see he has a brace on that ankle, and then he has that black tape over the brace. He's having a difficult time with, because that's his plant foot. He's had to change his drop a little. He didn't get the 1st down on that play. And he can't move around. He said he's had to change thing and try and get in balance and change everything. And he said it's more of a nuisance than a real injury, but it's going to be with him until their season is over.
Sean Landetta back to punt for the Buccaneers. Milburn deep for the Lions. Glenn Milburn. Outside the 35, about the 37. Let's look at the Detroit offense. Scott Mitchell, the quarterback. Against Tampa Bay, he's been tough. Roberts, Compton, Glover, Hardings, and Tharp in front. Barry Sanders with a fullback, Tommy Vardell, Morton and Herman Moore wide, and David Sloan, the tight end.
There's 2 Tampa Bay Buccaneers that were down on that punt coverage team. Both of them stayed down.
Might have collided with each other. Sheldon Quarles is number 53.
Well, it was kind of they both got there and the ball carrier at the same time.
Tyoka Jackson is the other. 0-0.
My dream's in Nashville, but my heart's in Texas.
Sounds like a country song.
I was on musician's pay when I first got started. The Southwest got me to Nashville and back every month. Heck, they even inspired me to record my first hit.
Window seat, 30,000 feet above the ground. It is a country song.
You are now free to move about the country. Lighter yet stronger. More power from less space. More space from less size. A drag coefficient among the lowest in the world. There's more than a pattern emerging here. It's the world's first use of cyber synthesis, where vehicles are designed, built, and tested in the virtual world so they'll perform better in the real world. The new Durango and the new Intrepid. New vision from the new Dodge.
Computers, they're like a tutor. They help you learn.
Guess what I want to look up today? Spiders. Do you like spiders?
We looked in ancient Egypt at their cities.
I play chess.
Cool, I found a shark.
That's gotta hurt.
It's cool to be smart.
Let me show you what it's all about.
This Fox NFC Wildcard Playoff is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL and official airline of the Super Bowl. By the new Dodge, it's about change. By Microsoft, where do you want to go today? And by Dockers Khakis.
1st and 10, Detroit. Scott Mitchell under the center. And will open up firing. Got a man, Johnny Morton, incomplete. Let's have a look at the Buccaneer defense. The front 4 very active. Upshaw, Warren Sapp, Brad Culpepper, and Chidi Ahanatu. The linebackers Brooks, Nickerson, and Rufus Porter. And in the secondary, Parker and Donnie Abraham, the safeties, the cornerbacks, Mincy and Lynch, the safety. 2nd and 10. Mitchell back. A lot of time.
This is the thing that the Lions talked about wanting to do, Pat, early in this game, is start off passing, because the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have come out here and they're so concerned about Barry Sanders and stopping Barry Sanders. And remember what Barry did to him last time. Remember what Barry did last game. Remember what Barry does every game. That they wanted to start out throwing, make them think pass defense, loosen them up a little, and then maybe get some easier lanes for Barry Sanders to run in.
3rd and 7, 3 wide receivers. Buccaneers showing blitz. Mitchell points it out. Gets rid of it, incomplete, intended for Morton. Good coverage. Good pressure.
Yeah, it was interesting, the side that Scott Mitchell pointed to. He pointed to the guy that was going to blitz, but no one listened to him because they came free from that side. Mitchell had to throw it before he wanted to.
So Detroit has to punt with John Jett back to punt it and has to take off with it. And Jett scrambling around. It would have been blocked if he had tried to kick it. And the Buccaneers, with the pressure, take over.
That's one thing about this Buccaneer team is they have great speed. John Jett, really, if he just would have ran, he could have got a first down, but he didn't have the speed to get there, and the Buccaneers did have the speed.
The Jets didn't turn on.
But as he goes to punt, as you say, if he had punted that ball, it would have been blocked, so he had to do what he did here. Now, if he just could have made a move there and run and take off, but he didn't have the speed. But look at this Buccaneer team. There's about 5 red jerseys that get there.
They do fly around, don't they?
And that's what they teach. I mean, their whole thing on defense, Monty Kiffin, their defensive coordinator, Tony Dungy, is that everyone flies around. You have speed. Everyone is in on every tackle. If you go on the ground, you don't stay there.
They start from the Detroit 39, 1st and 10. Allstott and Dunn behind Dilfer. Dilfer's going to throw. Ball bounces off the intended receiver, Warwick Dunn. Incomplete.
I think that Tampa Bay is the same way, that they know that they're going to run. They know that they have to run the ball today, but you just can't be that one-dimensional. I mean, even though you have Warwick Dunn running and you have Mike Allstott running, you still have to be able to throw the ball.
They look very tight, this offensive unit.
I had the feeling that in the 3 or 4 days that I've been here that they are tight. They're very excited about this game.
That's Dunn, who sets up on the left. The handoff is to Allstott, and he's hit right at the line of scrimmage. Maybe got a yard by Tracy Stroggins, the first man there.
I think the Detroit Lions defense has really improved when Tracy Stroggins came back. I mean, he looked like he's quick, and with Scoggins on one side, Porche on the other side. On 3rd down, they get a big pass rush. Then they have Luther Ellis in the middle, who's doing a heck of a job. If Detroit has improved anywhere this year, to me, it's been in the defensive side of the football.
So it's 3rd and long all of a sudden.
Now they better block Robert Porche over on this side, down in the bottom here.
Dilfer rolls out. Gets it to Dunn, incomplete. Couldn't hang on. Dilfer's ankle doesn't seem to be bothering him too much.
Well, remember last week he got in a scramble situation, and not only scrambled, but he scrambled for a touchdown. And that's what he can do. I mean, he can move around and buy a little time, because this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team is not a good pass protection team. They are not good in 3rd and long.
Landetta gets off the punt. Milburn's going to let it go over his head. And it's going to be down by the Buccaneers inside the 5 and about the 3. And the Lions will have a long way to go. Good punt by Sean Landetta.
I wasn't looking for love. With just a glance it happened. came looking for me.
Get out of my way!
Row double Z, where the real fans sit. My people, everything's better up here. The air's cleaner, beer is colder. It's like being up in the Rockies where Coors Light is frost brewed. It's the kind of place where a man needs a beer and a beer needs a man. And beer is the way beer is supposed to be when beer is really beer. These people are like my family. Yeah! Well, maybe very distant cousins.
A lot of industry experts told us that the passenger side was the best place to add a third door. We got still more advice insisting that the driver's side was the only logical choice. But as you can see, we let it all go right in one ear and out the other. Introducing the new Dodge Ram Quad Cab. The rules have changed.
If most TV lawyers remind you of this, catch the Golden Globe nominee for Best New Comedy.
To Ally.
Ally McBeal, 2 full hours, Monday at 8/7 Central.
Houlihan Stadium in Tampa. 0-0 score. The Lions and Buccaneers. Barry Sanders yet to touch the ball.
And that Buccaneer defense is trying to get this crowd excited here so that they can't hear in this end zone.